divorce.
Yeah.
Miss, you okay?
I'm fine. My stomach hurts.
Let me help you out. Really should get back at you. As well as the fees, I put some more cash on your account here. Order whatever you want to eat.
Oh, you made it. My boyfriend.
I want you to be my boyfriend.
Why would you want to be with a doorman? I just don't get it. Hey, if you want a boyfriend, I can introduce someone for you.
Perfect. Good morning. Welcome to the program on this beautiful Tuesday morning. It's 12th day of May 2026. My name is Victor Lo. How are you doing? A very warm welcome to the show. Let's do this. Second day of the Africa Forward Summit continues in this country, here in the capital. It's a busy day. It's a busy week. And I want us to take a look at what is really happening and what happened yesterday, in that we had got so many plenary sessions where different heads of state attended several functions across the city halls. And that is what I want to take a look at. What are we taking home? What are some of the deals? What are some of the partnerships? What are some of the agreements that were agreed upon? And today being the last day, let's take a look at some of the proposals and the ratifications that will come out of this two-day summit. It's going to be an interesting one. For that matter, so I implore you to be with me until the end of the show. My name is Victor Lo. I'll be joined by FCPA Hesbon Omolo. He is a council member of ISPAC. I'll also be joined by Dr. Wakene Muriuki. She is a lecturer at the University, Daystar University, that is, and she's also foreign policy and diplomacy analyst, as well as Alexander von Rogen. He is a global policy analyst. The three will be here at exactly 7. So stay for that. My name is Victor Lo. Karibu sana to the program. Mike?
Yeah, good morning, Victor.
Good morning to you too.
To everyone who is watching KBC Channel 1, my name is Mike Migu. Welcome to Good Morning Kenya. Along those sidelines, within the spirit of Africa Forward Summit that is happening, I want us to explore how Africa can create wealth opportunities amidst global uncertainty. Remember that sometimes global markets can become increasingly, or are becoming increasingly unpredictable. Talk of inflation, shocks, debt crisis, geopolitics, and also technological disruptions. Amidst all that, how can Africa, and especially Kenya, create or navigate volatility and still build sustainable wealth? CPA Ken Odongo is a director, Focus Business College, and also Isha Dunga is a corporate trainer, business and personal finance coach. Will be talking to me at around 8 a.m. regarding this topic. So I implore you to tune in to KBC Channel 1, and especially Good Morning Kenya. Remember, we are at KBC Channel 1 on all our social media platforms. Check us also on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke. Good morning, Giverson.
Good morning, my friend Mike, and of course Victor there. And for me, I'll take you straight to the news, rather the world of news, if you allow me, Mike. Yes. And Victor. And so my name is Giverson Maina. Join me for the next 30 minutes or so for news within and of course across the country. Now, Kenya is seeking a French support and pushing for a new Africa financial architecture that it will be proposing at the next G7 summit. President William Ruto says talks of a fair Africa financial architecture will guide Kenya and the rest of the continent in looking at the next phases of engagements and commitments emerging from the Africa Forward Summit.
According to the African Development Bank, there is an estimated $400 billion in annual development financing gaps, with 23 countries currently in financial distress. Kenya wants this disparity addressed.
And I have asked my good brother to support us as we push for the new Africa financial architecture.
President William Ruto, while speaking alongside his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron, on the first day of the Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi, said a new African financial architecture will address high debt servicing and reliance on domestic resource mobilization as external debt from private sector creditors skyrockets.
Fair international financial architecture, one that recognizes our opportunities, one that does not unfairly judge.
So Africa is developing in an unprecedented fashion. It's the most dynamic continent in the world. Last year, more growth than Southeast Asia. It's a continent where there are more than 1 billion young people.
To curb reliance on foreign aid and to strengthen capital mobilization, Ruto vouched for public-private partnerships between the private sector and government.
You guys are stranded with a lot of money, and we are stranded as in government with a lot of projects. We must find the mechanism that leverages on private sector resources.
The Africa Forward Summit, co-hosted by Kenya and France, has brought together 5 heads of state and 1,500 business leaders to Nairobi. Kenya aiming to leverage the summit to solidify its position as a strategic gateway for global investment while pushing for structural changes in how the world engages with the continent.
Now, Kenya's banking sector is leveraging strategic partnerships to expand access to capital and create more opportunities for young people as the country pushes to strengthen its position as a regional innovation and investment hub. Additionally, collaboration between financial institutions, governments, development partners, and the private sector has been touted as a key in unlocking financing for youth and enterprises, economic growth across the continent.
As African leaders, policymakers and investors converge in Nairobi for the Africa Forward Summit, conversations around financing Africa's growth agenda are taking center stage. Equity Group Managing Director James Mwangi says Africa's youthful populations is one of the continent's greatest economic advantages, and increased investment in entrepreneurship, innovation and digital skills development remains critical in driving inclusive growth.
The objective here is to try and lengthen the period for which we can offer loans. Is also to get dollar-denominated loans so that we could be able to give those who are exporting loans in form of dollars.
According to Mwangi, technology-driven innovation within the banking sector is helping bridge financing gaps, particularly for small businesses and young entrepreneurs previously excluded from formal credit systems.
We are working to build partnerships with French companies so that we can strengthen our financial capability. We have signed 2 agreements with Propaco, that is the development bank for France. We have an agreement with the French Development Agency, and also we have with the BPI, the 3 financial institutions.
Stakeholders called for increased mentorship and support programs in science, technology, engineering and mathematics fields for the next generation of leaders driving Africa's financial and digital transformation.
Anybody who has a passion for science, we are here as examples, but we also mentor, role model, and also coach the young girls. And I think we are already breaking the glass ceiling.
The Africa Forward Summit comes amid growing momentum for African-led banking expansion and cross-border investments as financial institutions seek to strengthen intra-African trade and unlock new economic opportunities.
Now, President William Ruto has termed the modernization and expansion of the United Nations office at Nairobi a powerful expression of inclusivity, geographical balance, and the universality of the United Nations system. Now, speaking during the groundbreaking for the construction of the expanded United Nations office at Nairobi Assembly Hall, Gigiri, and the inaugurated a new United Nations office block alongside UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President Ruto said the transformative project will modernize critical infrastructure.
Day one of the Africa Forward Summit saw a flurry of activities away from the main venue at the University of Nairobi, as President William Ruto held a series of high-level engagements with global stakeholders. In Gigiri, Nairobi, President Ruto, alongside United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, broke ground for the construction of the expanded United Nations office.
Kenya remains committed and assures you of support for the United Nations through a whole-of-government approach, including what we are investing, close to $1.1 billion of domestic resources in expanding infrastructure.
What has been achieved here is not just buildings, it's a blueprint for the future. The new offices are UN's first net zero building, powered year-round by on-site solar.
President Ruto indicating that the projected investment will support Nairobi's critical infrastructure, with the UN pledging its support in Africa's transformational strategy.
This project represents a visible and tangible expression of the support of the global community for the issues which directly affect not only us as smaller nations, but it also acknowledges Africa's leadership as a crucible for the solutions through which will emanate from here.
President William Ruto also held talks with Brice Oligui Nguema, the President of the Republic of Gabon, at State House, Nairobi, during his visit to Kenya for the Africa Forward Summit. Top on the agenda of the courtesy call were talks to deepen cooperation between Kenya and Gabon in education through expanded scholarship opportunities, technical and vocational training, and knowledge exchange programs aimed at equipping the young people with skills to drive Africa's economic transformation. The president also took the opportunity to seek President Nguema's support for Kenya's candidate for the judge of the International Criminal Court, Supreme Court Judge Njoki Ndung'u.
Now, the late Presbyterian Church of East Africa Reverend Julius Ndumia was killed on May 3rd at a PCA Tabuga Church precincts in Bahati by unknown assailants, has been laid to rest in Tetu, Nyeri County. Opposition leaders who graced the ceremony, led by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, condemned the murder and demanded for swift justice.
Family, friends and the faithful on Monday gathered in Tetu in Nyeri County to bid farewell to the late PCA Reverend Julius Ndumia. The cleric was found murdered in Bahati, Nakuru County on May 3rd inside PCA Tabuga Church premises. His family and friends eulogized him as a God-fearing servant and peace-loving Kenyan. Opposition figures, led by DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua, lamented that the church was no longer a safe haven, citing recent cases of hired goons out to disrupt church meetings.
The insecurity in Nakuru is on another level. We are calling for a purge of the security chiefs in Nakuru so that we can have order and people can feel safe.
Gachagua and his opposition allies, including DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa, demanded swift justice for the late reverend.
We'll fight for the justice of your colleague. We'll shout from the rooftop until Mama Esther and her children and the church gets justice.
Reverend Ndumia did not die a normal death. He was murdered. And indeed, this is a murder most foul. So we are here not just to stand with the family, with the church, but to demand for justice.
Kama mchungaji ataenda hivi na tukose kuona majibu kamili, nadhani ujasiri wa magaidi utaendelea kuwa na kwenda juu.
They also called on the government to assure church leaders of their safety. Police probing the murder have arrested 2 suspects.
Now, away from that, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, has assured the electorate that 3 by-elections scheduled for this Thursday, May 14th, 2026 in Emuru-Dikir constituency, Poro Ward and Endo Ward will be free and fair, allaying fears of a potential electoral malpractice. At the same time, the IBC is finalizing its 2024-2029 strategic plan and has given stakeholders a 14-day window to present proposals for consideration. Take a look.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission held an external stakeholder validation forum for the 2024-2029 strategic plan and election operation plan. Among the key strategy areas in the plan are managing elections, citizen engagement and participation, equitable representation and institutional resilience. IBC is asking for written submissions from stakeholders before finalizing the strategic plan.
We invite you to interrogate the draft document, identify the gaps, and propose practical, evidence-based recommendations.
The Commission also prioritizes electoral technology in the operation plan and how that will impact in the next general election.
Successful conclusion of this process today and beyond will then help us to map out and decisively handle any electoral challenges and opportunities going into the 2027 general election.
Meanwhile, the electoral body says everything is in place for the Thursday, May 14, 2026 by-elections in Emuru-Dikir constituency, Narok County, Poro Ward, Samburu County, and Endo Ward in Elgeyo Marakwet County.
We are fully prepared. We have been able to dispatch our materials. Our officers have been trained, and us as commissioners, we are in the picture of everything that is happening, and we are looking forward to ensuring that we shall also have a very successful by-election. Anybody who will be in the ballot paper qualifies to be there, and any person who will be going against the rules and the procedures, we shall not allow anything like that to happen.
IBC is also preparing for the constitutionally mandated boundaries delimitation process that will be undertaken through a phased approach.
Now, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has reiterated the government's commitment to stand in solidarity with the families affected by the tragic gold mine collapse in West Pokot County. Murkomen says the government has dispatched humanitarian support, including medical assistance, food supplies, and other essential items to support the affected community. There's more.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen on Monday toured Dromos area of Kachaliba in West Pokot County, where a gold mine collapse tragedy claimed the lives of 15 people.
Kila familia ambao walipoteza mtu yao, nitatuma county commissioner apelekee familia yao, kila familia 1,100.
Condoling with families of those affected, Murkomen promised government support to rebuild livelihoods. The Cabinet Secretary said similar support will be extended to the families affected by the gold mine collapse in Ogago village, North Sakwa, Siaya County.
Wale ambao wanajimudu kimaisha kwa kuchimba gold, wale wanaitwa artisanal mines, muko na haki ya kufanya ile kazi mnafanya na muko na haki ya kujimudu katika maisha yenu.
Area leaders including Governor Simon Kachapin and lawmakers urge artisanal miners across the country to adhere to safety guidelines to prevent reoccurrence of similar incidents.
Tumepoteza watu hapa, lakini tumepoteza watu wengi, na ile mtu aliongea hapa alisema tulimepoteza hii miaka yote kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na usalama.
Karibu.
Now, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Huduma Kenya Secretariat have signed an agreement that will see KBC services now taken closer to the public through the Huduma Center platforms. Now, Public Investments and Assets Management Principal Secretary Cyril Odede says the partnership that begins with Huduma Kenya Makadara Center will be rolled out across the 47 counties within the next year.
Monday at the Huduma Kenya Makadara Center in Nairobi County,
Huduma Kenya Secretariat and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation conveyed to sign a historic agreement that will save Kenyans money, time and energy of having to travel long distances to the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation headquarters in Nairobi for advertisement services.
This collaboration exemplifies the whole government approach that seeks to break down institutional silos and foster coordination across ministries, departments, and agencies for enhanced service delivery.
Through this partnership, you can now walk into any Huduma center, not just here in Makadara, but across all 59 centers nationwide, and 1, book an advertisement on KBC.
The partnership that begins with Huduma Kenya Makadara Center in Nairobi before it is rolled out in all the 59 Huduma centers across the country within the next 1 year has been termed as a true implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
This partnership, which, as we've been told, has taken a fairly short time, and congratulations to both managers, MDs, for that speed of execution, is a strategic response to the whole of government doctrine championed by His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. And it's actually a direct implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
Huduma Kenya Makadara Center serves around 1,500 members of the public on a daily basis. The agreement provides a clear reference of services, accountability, roles and responsibilities, and presents a clear, concise and measurable description of service availability and quality. It further provides key activities to be undertaken by each party to support quality, efficient and effective service delivery.
The partnership enables the corporation to leverage its strengths, expands its reach, and remains competitive in a dynamic media environment.
We are integrating with eCitizen so that you can even make more requests from your phone. And we're exploring AI to make the process faster because your time matters.
We are looking towards making Huduma Kenya a really one-stop shop when we finally get to have all front-facing government services being offered in Huduma Center.
The agreement will last for a period of 3 years until either party requests for review for improvements or termination.
The Port of Lamu has marked a major milestone after receiving the largest ship ever to dock in the East and Central Africa region, signaling the growing importance of Kenya's newest deep-sea port in regional and international trade. The massive vessel MV Baltimore, measuring 369 meters in length, arrived at the Port of Lamu from the Port of Salalah in Oman. These and more stories make our county news roundup.
Speaking after the vessel docked, the executive manager of the Port of Lamu, Abdulaziz Mzee, said the successful arrival of the giant ship demonstrates the rapid progress the port has made since its official opening.
Watu wanaotuangalia huko nje wawe na confidence na port ya Lamu kwa upande wa kazi, wasione tu kama ni transshipment hub peke yake.
Elsewhere at an event in Mogori Girls High School, Murang'a County, parents were urged to spend more time with their children to recognize early signs of poor mental health as May marks Mental Health Awareness Month.
I want us to practice planting good deeds in our mates. You plant hope, you plant success, you plant victory.
Separately, police officers from Kikuyu Sub-County have launched investigations into a tragic incident in which a mother is suspecting of poisoning her children to death. According to preliminary reports, the woman allegedly locked her children in their rental house, having left a jiko on.
Haki tumehuzunika sana kwa sababu hawa ni watu wadogo, wazazi ni bibi na bwana, lakini wameshindwa kulea watoto kwa sababu tunaweza sema nini?
Meanwhile, leadership wrangles have emerged in the African Holy Spirit Church in Kakamega County, with a section of leaders allied to the current high priest dismissing a rival faction led by the deputy high priest over the legitimacy of the church leadership.
Kama wameamua watu waambie tu jina lao, wawe na jina lao, wasitumie jina letu.
Finally, the Supreme Council of Muslims in Kenya Isiolo branch has called on the government to expedite plans to recruit madrasa teachers on permanent and pensionable terms and post them to public, primary and secondary schools. The clergy said the lack of government-employed religious teachers has continued to be a major financial burden on parents.
Once ikiapproviwa walimu wa madrasa wakuwe employed there. At the county level pia, the early child education. Na vile vile TAC.
Now, those earning 30,000 shillings and below monthly could be exempted from the pay-as-you-earn tax if the proposal in the Finance Bill 2026 is adopted. National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi says these, as well as reducing pay-as-you-earn rate for those earning between 30,000 shillings and 50,000 shillings, is among measures expected to be introduced to the Finance Bill 2026 to cushion low-income earners.
National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi says he plans to introduce measures in the Finance Bill 2026 exempting salaried workers earning less than 30,000 shillings a month from pay-as-you-earn, as well as reduce the rate for those earning between 30,000 shillings and 50,000 shillings from the current 30% to 20%. National Treasury now says the proposal might be factored in the final amendments of the Finance Bill 2026 after missing out in the published draft.
So chances are that very high that these amendments will be carried in this finance bill, not waiting for tax laws amendment. We were just watching because, you know, we have up to June to be able to conclude. So we were doing simulations, assessing, and looking at the records from Kenya Revenue Authority.
The draft Finance Bill 2026 introduces tax for companies involved in making ATMs and other bank cards.
Those who create the cards which these financial institutions use, they make money in millions. And why should a mamamboga in the street pay tax and you make millions out of a bank and you don't pay? You know, that is the contradiction that I don't understand.
He says the tax filing schedules are being revised to reduce overload of Kenya Revenue Authority systems during tax filing deadlines.
It is straining because everybody waits until June. So we are saying majority should file their returns by April.
The draft Finance Bill 2026 has proposals to give Kenya Revenue Authority powers to monitor financial transactions.
It is financial records. They are not going to ask who is my girlfriend. They have nothing to do with who is your spouse or who. That is your private data. But information about your financial records anywhere in the world should be public.
Mbadi projects that the Finance Bill 2026 will generate at least 130 billion shillings.
And now let's get sporty for a moment. The Confederation of African Football CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe held a successful meeting on Monday in Nairobi to review the Pamoja AFCON 2027 preparations across Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. Now, the Africa Cup of Nations will be held next year in the 3 East African nations.
Dr. Motsepe commended the significant progress made by the 3 host nations and expressed confidence that Pamoja AFCON 2027 will be a resounding success.
Under your leadership, in partnership with our minister in Kenya, good progress has been made, and this is going to be an enormously successful.
The host nations reaffirmed their commitment to sustain their collaboration to ensure full readiness and to deliver the most successful AFCON in the competition's history.
We work on the hardware, which is the infrastructure, and the stadiums. I assure you that we will be working on the software so that we give all the fans across the world a spectacular event. For those who will visit the region, you will be happy and proud of East Africa.
The meeting was attended by Sports Cabinet Secretary Salim Vuria, Sports PS Elijah Mwangi, Uganda FA President Moses Magogo, with Sports Minister Peter Ogwang, Tanzania FA President Wallace Karia, with Sports Minister Paul Makonda, and the Pamoja Local Organizing Committee.
The spread now accelerating. Specialists say the virus's mortality rate is high, 30 and 40%.
And that's where we end our news coverage for now. But Good Morning Kenya continues on the other side and is to be steered by our very own Victor Olo. But before that, we take a very short commercial break.
Continent full of potential, possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
Today, I have something to celebrate.
Divorce.
Yeah.
Miss, you okay?
I'm fine. My stomach hurts.
Let me help you out. Really should get back at you. As well as the fees, I put some more cash on your account here. Order whatever you want to eat.
Oh, you made it. My boyfriend. I want you to be my boyfriend.
Why would you want to be with a doorman? I just don't get it. Hey, if you want a boyfriend, I can introduce someone for you.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Welcome back to Semana Spokes.
Semana Spokes is the platform where Wananchi engage, query the government, and the government responds. It's your time to be informed. Don't miss Bonga na Gava every Thursday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Semana Spokes.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. Good morning and welcome back to the program. Being a Tuesday, it's 12th day of May 2026. Karibu sana. The time now is 6 minutes past 7 a.m. Let's get into the discussion of this day 2 of the Africa Forward Summit happening here in the capital. A lot happened yesterday with different heads of state attending different forums across the city, and that is going to culminate today with the different agreements that are going to be signed, and of course the deals that will be signed and partnerships, more of them coming later in the day. But I want us to dig deeper and understand what it really means after this forum, the proposals and of course the declarations that will come out. 30 heads of state and over 3,000, close to 4,000 delegates attending this summit. Let's dig deeper into it. Africa Forward Summit Day 2, more deals and partnerships. I'm joined by FCPA Hesbon Omolo, who is a council member, East Park. Karibu sana Hesbon. And of course, joining us for the first time is Alexander von Roggen. He is a global policy analyst. Alexander, karibu sana. Good morning.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here.
Asante sana. Okay, great. Let me start with the front page of the local dailies before we get into the discussion. On the front page of the Daily Nation, CCTV found data to nail priests killers. That is on the front page of the Daily Nation. The priest who was killed last week in Nakuru County was laid to rest yesterday. And on the night of May 3rd, a gang broke into a church compound and murdered Reverend Julius Ndumia of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, Tabuga Parish in Nakuru. 5 days later, a signal from his stolen phone led detectives to 2 suspects. During the cleric's burial yesterday, speakers demanded that police make public CCTV footage that reportedly captures the gang, and which detectives told a court is still being reviewed. Gachagua, Kindiki clash on Ruto's call to doctor. That is that's on the in the courtrooms where now the showdown has erupted between Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and his predecessor Rigathi Gachagua over claims that President Ruto called a cardiologist to inquire about Gachagua's health condition during the 2024 impeachment proceedings. Based on what you're about to discuss, Macron's plea as France seeks new ties in Africa. French President Emmanuel Macron has acknowledged France influence in parts of West Africa, saying that the setbacks have pushed Paris to strengthen ties with Anglophone nations such as Kenya. What do you make of that, Hezbollah? That's from the president himself.
I think it's just an acknowledgement that their relationship with most of the West African countries, their former colonies, has not been rosy. You know the challenge they've had in Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. So clearly something is not right about how they've related over the years.
Yes.
And I think some of the things that we have complained about and the West African nations have complained about are even related to the structure of how the economies of those countries have been over the years managed. But of course, there's also the interventions in the security space, helping either foment trouble for some of the leaders or defining the leadership in some of those countries. So those kind of interventions have created a period or a history where most of those countries have also not developed. Remember, the entire 14 nations in West Africa, the former colonies, all use 2 currencies. The CFA that works in the Central African region and the other CFA that works in the west side of it.
Yeah.
And you are talking of 2 central banks serving 14 countries. And then you have to keep 50% of your reserves in the French bank. They have a veto around your monetary policy. Then they have all these issues around having a table or a seat in the joint central banks of those nations. That has been the history over the years. And that meant that if the issues are related to inflation, maybe there are things they cushion.
Yeah.
But if there are also issues about what is unique to a country, then you are pegging almost 14 nations, lumping them together. So I think that has been part of the history, which France, to be fair to them, they've been trying to shed in one way or the other. But again, looking at where they are today, definitely they feel they need to look elsewhere in terms of expanding their influence in the Anglophone region. And therefore, coming to Kenya as an anchor state and probably targeting this part of the world may be a good strategic move. And if you look at, for them, of course, if you look at the joint value of the economies of the entire Francophone nations that were under their tutelage for long, it's more or less summed up by 5 countries in East Africa. That is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Somali. That is how significant this region is. Kenya alone is half the economies of those West African countries that have been under France. But let's look at it differently. The Kenya-France relationship has been one where the balance of trade is skewed in favor of France, almost 2 to 1 So there's definitely a reason for them to scale up here. They've consistently supported French companies to expand in this country. Today we speak of over 150 companies that are doing very well in this region, the Carrefours of this world. So clearly, they've seen the benefit of working in this space.
Yeah.
And of course, the conversation is framed around partnership, around the entire African continent. But the elephant in the room is, of course, when you look at Kenya and France, the economy is 24 times bigger than ours.
Hold on that. You'll pick it from the elephant in the room. Alexander, when you look at this, Kenya plays a very crucial role in East Africa. Basically, when you see France and Kenya holding this summit for the first time here, then it sends a very big signal. But let's come back to what happened yesterday. It seems that Emmanuel Macron feels much at home when he's here.
He was very enthusiastic. There was a lot of pomp and excitement. There was an outburst by him condemning part of the crowd for making too much noise during a performance. Of course, you're going to see narratives in both directions. Someone is going to say he's being arrogant as a colonialist, telling people what to do. On the other hand, the other narrative is going to say he's supporting the little guy that's up on the stage trying to get a message across, and people around him were being simply rude. That's a common sense explanation.
Yeah.
I was there. I thought he was showing leadership. But keep in mind, this is all for posturing. This summit was hastily put together. It benefits both France and Kenya in terms of the announcements. Now, the execution of those announcements is yet to be seen. And how that's going to evolve is a lot more complex than just signing a piece of paper.
And actually, that has always been a problem because we've had these summits over and over again. But the follow-up and implementation and executions of these ratifications and agreements has always been a very big problem.
Well, they sell you the sizzle, but not the steak. And they have to realize to implement a lot of these changes, financial changes. President Ruto is a very clever fellow. He's Africa's salesman. He's organized this summit with France. He's going to be the mandated representative for the AU in the upcoming G7 conference in France. That puts him on a pedestal. He has the authority to negotiate the amendments to the financial structure of Africa. Now, that's why the focus of this summit is also on AI and digitization. Now, we're putting the cart before the horse, because how do you implement something? Do you put the roof on your house before you finish the foundation? Or do you finish the foundation? Now, if that foundation doesn't have the structural integrity, as soon as you start building 2, 3, 4 stories on that building, you're going to get stress cracks. And then you're back to repairing the foundation.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make an analogy that's simple to understand. I see Dangote in his speech. I really respect him. He's one of Africa's rising stars that knows how to do business in Africa. And he made it very clear he will build a refinery in East Africa with certain conditions that he needs guarantees, because he's learned the hard way in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay. He also made a very interesting comment. He said Africa needs to build from the bottom up, not from the top down. And the top down was the former colonial formula. By the time money went to the top and trickled down through all the various levels of middlemen, the man on the street saw very little of it.
Yeah.
Similarly, that's how the UN gets run. Now, Donald Trump has been the catalyst to a lot of this change, because he's defunded the UN, he's defunded USAID, he's defunded a lot of NGOs. That's put pressure on Africa to focus from aid to a trade mentality.
Yeah.
And that's another focus that was mentioned at the summit by Macron, which means policies, government policies, protectionism for investors is a key point. And we have to really look at that. One thing the West has that Africa is yet to implement is title insurance for properties. You know, in America, if I buy a house and there was a title problem from 3 previous owners, I have an insurance policy that pays me out. I don't lose any money. Africa doesn't have that, and I think that's part of that evolution towards financial responsibility.
You talked about something about from aid to trade. And I think this also calls about the industrial sovereignty that Africa must enjoy. And you know, when you wake up at this point, you look at the big brother, Hesbon, the big brother cutting some aid. Apparently, this is going to be one of the main focus because we have to support local industrial essentials for Africa so that we can have trade amongst ourselves. Are we waking up too late in the day?
I don't know whether to say we are waking up too late in the day, but I think either way, the fact that we're waking up is important. And the conversations going forward must move away from aid.
Yes.
Because once you are in a space where you are aided, you don't have a voice. So how can we create
become
a voice?
vulnerable.
You become vulnerable.
Yeah.
So can we get to a space where we work together, we talk to each other? And I think some of the barriers that make our nations vulnerable, like he said, is the financial architect. That, for example, a 10-year bond in Kenya would cost twice as much as it costs in the US or in the developed world. And yet we are probably more needy around that space. So we are paying much, much more. So these are things that, and if you dig deeper, there are issues about risk premium, several other things around that space that probably may not necessarily be country specific. It may be just a whole region lumped up together. So conversations around that, I hope when the president has an audience with the G7, he can be able to speak on behalf of African countries how to reform the financial architecture. So that is good. But beyond that, and that's why I like the conversations they held with the French president around support towards scaling up our industrial capability to produce goods locally here rather than ship out raw materials or basically unfinished products to be finished in the West. How can we have that technology transfer and capability to do that here? Of course, it's one thing to talk about what is possible, but the devil is in the details. How often do we have some of these contracts splashed over the headlines that Kenya has done this? 2-3 years later, there's nothing on the ground because there are a lot of challenges when it comes to real implementation. So part of my expectation today is that beyond what we've read, that we can put pen to paper some of these things, but also have clear timelines on how we follow them up. I like what we did earlier in the year when we had the Kenya Investment Conference, where by the end of that conference, 20 deals were signed to be implemented immediately. And I think that makes more sense, rather than you've ring-fenced this at country level. But now, when you now go to the entity-specific or the institutions that are involved, you will find several barriers, some not written in black and white, which actually discourages investment. So there are things that we also need to look inward as a country and also as a region. What are some of these hidden things around how we push forward these engagements that make them fail in the long run or slows them down. So I think that is where a lot of focus needs to be put. But I agree with his view that we need to really, really get beyond what is signed on paper.
Let's talk about, there's that aspect of trust deficit. Deals will be signed, agreements will be made, but do we have trust amongst ourselves as African countries? Because Kenya has got one of the most important part of ourselves, agriculture, we have got tourism that we take care of, and that trust amongst ourselves. Yes, France is trying to come in between to make us more united, but it's going to take a little bit of some time for us to come together as Africa and trade amongst ourselves. Alexander?
You're absolutely correct, but you have to add an extra dimension of geopolitics to it. I'll give you examples in Africa, which you have to look outside of Kenya. Burkina Faso, Captain Ibrahim Traore. Now, I've been a staunch supporter of him for his mandate from what I see so far. If he proves to have integrity, he's a true leader. But he made a comment not so long ago. He says, some of Africa is not ready for democracy. It needs an autocrat to get things done, because the political system suffers from paralysis through analysis. Things don't get done. Now, if you stick with common sense for items that are an immediate priority for your people, such as agricultural enhancement, limitations of imports, and taking the resources of the country and putting them under a federal control, such as, I'm going to say, gold. I think you're going to see this across Africa, even in Kenya, although it hasn't been implemented yet, is that they're going to nationalize gold. Why? It will stabilize the currency of the country. It'll have a gold reserve to back up the currency. Not sending it to Paris in a depository and then being told how you can spend it. But to implement that, to avoid the corruption, I think one of the foundational pivots that I spoke about earlier is to use technology, digitization, blockchain technology, to implement that blockchain into the natural resources. I'm heavily involved in artisanal mining. Okay, if you look at Tanzania, for example, 65% of the mining production in gold is artisanal. The government rarely sees any tax revenue on it. Smuggling, black market activities, you name it, that's the dominant factor. So to offset that, the government cuts deals with multinational mining companies to come in. They bump the indigenous people off their land, they move villages, they create political instability with that. And then they're dealing, again, with an outside company that is reaping profits that, no risk, no reward, but a lot of those should stay in the country, so they should be tied into things. So if you take the artisanal approach, which is small scale, one at a time, put in a blockchain, which identifies money that goes to the government, whether it be a royalty, whatever that percentage is in that country, because the demographics change throughout Africa. You register the miners, you legalize them, they pay taxes, and now you impose health care and safe working conditions and elimination of child labor and all the checklists Europe and everywhere else is mandating of inclusion. And now you have a foundation that can't be altered from the bottom up. But it also eliminates a lot of the corruption.
But it seems you're saying that Africa is using this platform to demand a stronger voice in shaping international norms.
Well, for Africa to be, say, make Kenya number one or make any country number one, you have to have those foundational points to show good governance. You will increase your tax revenues. You'll have a stronger currency. You'll be you'll have less dependence on aid. Again, we're going back to the aid versus trade. Aid is a form of enablement, and I hate to say it, it's a form of slavery because it causes dependence. If you want individuality and independence, you have to move to trade. So that transition is going to be short-term pain and long-term gain. And it's a political hotspot for politicians, which are subject to getting voted into office when they create that pain in order to give the country the gain. And how they sell it.
Edmond, you talked about the financial architecture. So then we have got Africa. Debt is here. We have got development financing and all that. Explain that to us so that we become a little bit free from that.
I think there's no better example to use that than our Kenyan situation. You look at how much we're paying. We recently renegotiated our Eurobond loan, which was falling due in 2024, and the one that was due in 2027. And at what cost? Almost over 9% interest annual. Now that is very high. If you look at the performance of those blue chip companies across the globe, they would give you a return on investment of about the same amount. So what is this business you are in as a country that you have to pay 9%? Ultimately, when you draw your budget, and I'm happy in another 1 month we'll be having our budget read, we are spending 1.4 trillion Kenya shillings on debt service alone, on interest. Now our budget on education is 700 billion. That is almost twice our budget on education, the entire education system. Now we've not even put in the other sectors' health. So it means that progressively we are spending much of our resources towards debt service. And it's because the cost of debt is very expensive.
Yeah.
And therefore, there is need for us as a continent to ask ourselves, why is it that in all emerging economies, the average cost of borrowing in the financial market is about 4% or thereabout, 5%. That is in Asia, countries of that nature. But you come to Africa, the average is double. So what does that tell you? It tells you that there's something that is very wrong, that you who is poor has to spend much, much more to access the same capital. It's more or less the way society sometimes is structured.
Yeah.
That somebody living in a slum in Nairobi pays twice as much for water than somebody living in an upmarket place in Nairobi. So what is it that you need to do, if you use that illustration, to break that barrier? So how easy can pipes get to that slum? How easily can we be able to deal with the insecurity around the spaces that make access to capital skewed unfairly towards the African continent? So I think these are conversations that we must have honestly, but also as African countries, we have financial vehicles that we are part of, like the African Development Bank. How strongly do we contribute towards their sustainability? How can we reform them as well so that we don't ask of others what we cannot do locally? So AU has its work cut out, but the leaders who are speaking on behalf of AU, and I like the voice and tone our president has set for the overall interests of the African continent, that we need to have that space strengthened. But also beyond that, if you can strengthen all that, but if your balance of trade is still as poor as it is, if you're still spending and sending your raw materials to the West, then you'll never recover, because what leaves your country comes back as import at a price 4, 5, 6 times.
Which you ought to have.
Which you ought to have done the value addition. Exactly. So there are challenges and barriers, including certain requirements around quality that may neither be here nor there. Sometimes they're just structural, meant to block access to markets. I think some of the conversations that we should have at the engagements today is about leveling that playing field so that you do not bring in unnecessary or unrealistic barriers. And I would tell you some of the barriers are very painful. You've met every requirement, but because of corruption, you are assessed even for access to markets such as in the AU market. Then something happens internally within your system, and you'll find a product that met all the requirements, even dairy product. You are told this one has this level of aflatoxin. So there are issues that we also need to kick out. Ultimately, if corruption is embedded in all these processes, there will be always a space where...
Let's take a break. When we come back, I want us to dig deeper into that when you talk about level playing field. Because when you know, the trade barriers that we still suffer, and also, is Africa trying to use this platform as a springboard, to have that global influence? G7 summit is coming very soon, so do we have a common voice to present ourselves? Let's talk about that when we come back. Stay with us.
Kila mwisho wa juma kwenye runinga yako ya KBC Channel 1
tunakuletea Mkulima.
Ni kipindi cha kila mtu,
iwe wewe ni mkulima mdogo, mkulima mkubwa, muuzaji au mnunuzi,
au yeyote anayenuia kuanzisha kilimo ama ufugaji. Tazama Mkulima kila Jumamosi saa 10:30,
ambapo kilimo na fursa zinapatikana.
continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible
Yes.
to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, only on KBC Channel 1.
All right, and welcome back. It's a breakfast show. It's a very cold morning in the city, so we have to warm ourselves as we have this discussion. Okay, so let's come back, Alexander. We are talking about the issue of Africa just positioning itself for the global influence. The G7 summit is coming soon.
Yes.
I have a feeling that with this kind of forum, we are going to have a very strong voice and some of the points to present when our time comes at the summit.
Yes, and I think the conditions that will be placed on Africa to achieve that level of equality on a level playing field, if you want to call it, are going to be implemented. And you see some of those implementations coming very quietly right now. Deputy Director Bailey of the FBI met with your head of DCI this past week. The FBI is opening an anti-corruption office in Nairobi. Let's read between the lines there.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
It's as brief as that.
As brief as that.
Okay. Esbon, the global influence, because when we have Africa, we have got, for example, President William Ruto. His voice is a very strong voice when it comes to these summits. We've heard even in the past when he said that we need to present ourselves, not for photo sessions, but we must present and represent ourselves as sovereign countries. And whatever ratifications and agreements that we come up with must be implemented. I mean, Kenya, we are already, leave alone Africa, but Kenya itself, how are we positioning ourselves globally?
I think Kenya, to a very large extent, we've had, of course, on the surface, you can call it non-aligned position. We are very comfortable dealing with China where we have to deal with them. We are also happy to work with Americans so that we don't offend them in one way or the other. But also our relationship with most of the countries in the EU has been good, our colonial masters, the UK. So in a way, that has helped us to balance some of our business interests.
Yeah.
You know, the biggest project currently going on in Kenya is the Ronimau Summit Road, which initially we were to do it through the French government. I think something didn't go right. We are now having it done by the Chinese. And I think for us, what would help us more is the change of direction. And I think Alexander did mention some of the reforms are very expensive, painful, and they can be politically dangerous. But I think one of the things this country has done is to re-engineer our saving culture. So from saving as little as 200 Kenya shillings, which is less than less than $2, today we save 12% of every person's income in the country. And that has fueled our national savings. Our national social savings fund has grown over the last 2 years, almost double or what we've had since independence. And that has opened up funding and access to local capital that can be used to augment or align the PPP projects that allows us to have partnerships around several development initiatives. So it's a good thing around what we're doing. But we are also looking at being the anchor state, not just in this part of Africa, but to be the go-to country, given that we also host the UN bodies here. So we have that strategic alignment that works best for us, but it also exposes us in a way to some of the challenges that may be facing some of the Western countries. But I think as a country, the timing couldn't have been better for us to be able to leverage our national interest, to be able to support the growth of this African community, which we are the dominant player, but also work with the rest of the world. So I think Kenya is in a good position to strategically drive its national interest. Of course, it's Kenya first. That's why the leadership in Kenya today is called Kenya Kwanza. It's basically what Trump says, but to what extent are we able to enforce that? It's about the value addition and the use of technology to be the drivers of change in the country and in the African continent. So I think it's a good thing. We've already moved to be the 6th largest economy in Africa. There's an opportunity for us to also exploit. Just like France is moving away from its trading pattern in West Africa, as South Africa also struggles with its BRICS challenge with the US, we have an opportunity also to take advantage and be the go-to country. And I'm glad the G7 summit, where President Ruto is invited, is an opportunity to sell Kenya, to sell Africa in terms of the outcomes that I'm hoping to hear at the end of the summit today. What are the outcomes of this summit? And are they things the president can carry to the G7 summit in France? And two, are we able to carry the conversations about changing the financial architecture, the cost of debt in Africa? Are we able to carry along the entire African Union? And I think that is very, very important. And I'm glad many African countries have come to our city today to be part of this conversation from all over the West, except maybe for South Africa, which for justifiable reasons you can understand why they may not be very strongly represented here.
Alexander, what about the diplomatic diversification that this summit intends to achieve?
Diplomatic diversification?
Yes.
Well, that's a broad stroke question. I think the purpose of this summit is for Kenya. I think it's existential for France, because if we go back to a former president, Jacques Chirac, he said years ago, he says, France is dependent on Africa for its balance sheet. Okay, that was said many, many years ago when the CFA franc was still in full swing and before the coup belt emerged out of the Sahel. I think Ruto's been rising in his position as posturing himself as Africa's preeminent salesman, and has been mandated now by the AU because he didn't have that stature before. And you have to look at his efforts. He's had some missteps. Worst one I can think of is sending the Kenyan military to Haiti. In his attempt to show Kenya as a powerhouse in Africa towards world peace and supporting of peace missions, he sent his troops to a country that didn't speak the same language. That was a flaw. That's being reorganized now with Franco-African soldiers. But I like to paraphrase Einstein. I don't make mistakes. I continually find new ways of how not to do things. And I think that's President Ruto. So he will take that as a positive. He's learned from it. He's rising in posture in Africa. Kenya is rising with that. He's made some mistakes, but he's quick to correct them when necessary. The reversal of the new tax when they had the Gen Z protests here is a prime example. It means he's malleable and adaptable, which you have to be in geopolitics. But you also have to be dictatorial in certain mandates as well. So how do you maintain that balance? And that comes from talent.
Okay, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. But you talked about the youth. How is this summit about to fix the youth unemployment?
The summit is all about youth because it's the youth that is going to run Africa. Gen Zers, I mean, look at Madagascar, look at Tanzania, look at the Bobby Wine situation in Uganda, look at the protests here in Kenya, the takeover in Nepal, Bangladesh. When you have a population, because Africa has the highest growth rate on the planet, and the population, 70% of it is under the age of 25 or 30, you have to appeal to that large segment. And this is a generation that's never grown up without an internet. They can amass themselves at the push of a button on a cell phone. They are a power to be reckoned with. And if you don't institute new policies and agendas that appease them for job creation, for advancement in their culture and in their country. Africa suffers from brain drain. Any talent in Africa usually ended up in the West or Europe. In order to effectuate Africa first, you have to have programs which are going to keep the brain power here. How to achieve that? I would say the best approach would be bilateral trade with the West, where it includes educational and development of factories and manufacturing within Africa, which has been frowned upon in the past because it involved technology transfer. And they were stingy with that. They wanted to keep Africa poor. Well, those times have changed now.
Okay, when you look at the whole of this, do we have a situation where now this summit represents some sort of forward-looking foreign policy for Africa?
Yeah, I think yes, it does, because I think as this forum will come to an end, there will be resolutions that they'll come up with. Some of those resolutions should find their way in the G7 summit. There's no better representative of Africa than President Ruto to be able to canvass them. Two, the issues that we've spoken about, global financial architecture, the reforms, there's no better voice to stand in the G7 and say, these are the things we are looking at as Africa.
This is our stand.
This is our stand. It's about debt architecture in terms of our hauling, how debt to the third world is managed. Again, he is the voice. So there are several things, but I think the biggest one for me would be strategically positioning Kenya as a gateway to the region, especially the Indian Ocean corridor for the G7 nations and even countries in the West. There is no better opportunity for that to happen. And already you can see the signs. If the French can commit, of course the devil is in the details how it will be done, but if you can commit 104 billion Kenya shillings towards modernizing the port of Mombasa, towards improving the logistics around that space, it speaks to something bigger. And I'm sure it's not just about France alone. There could be other countries that may want to partner within the G7 or the EU to exploit the opportunities that exist in our region. So I think it's an opportunity for Africa to redefine its foreign policy, including around the security organs of the world. Of course, we know we are still a light continent, because if the entire Africa is at the same level of just one country, France, I mean, if you can only bite as much as you can chew. But more importantly for me is what Alexander has mentioned. How do we ensure that technology transfer and the ability for African economies to be able to reduce over-reliance on import of what they can be able to produce locally.
Yeah.
For me, that is the biggest problem, and even as we pride ourselves as a country to be doing so much, look at our number one export, it's tea. How do we export it? We export it largely in bulk, semi-processed, so that our tea that is of high quality is used to blend with other poor quality grades to come up with that pack that sells 4 or 5 times more. Why are we not doing complete value addition here? If we did that alone, we'd probably triple our export on tea in terms of value. So I think it's important that we take these conversations very seriously. You look at our academic institutions, universities in Kenya, how many of them are very strong around technology? Very few. They are basically struggling. And I think those are the spaces that we need to improve. So when I see the kind of investment we are putting in the University of Nairobi, and I'm glad the day one of this summit was anchored in actually the youth, because the venue, the choice of venue and the conversation there clearly speaks to the future. And the future is about innovation, AI, how do we reform our learning institutions to be geared towards strengthening our, I think there's a STEM education system, so that it's about where we need to go. And I think Africa and Kenya are challenged. We spoke about manufacturing, even in the digital space. But look at the kind of phones we're doing. We're basically doing phone assembly. Are we in a position where we can say in years to come, we can even make chips? So those are the conversations that we need to have. And if we can leverage on the strength of these developed nations to come and have these things done here, I think we'll be able to change the conversation and the narrative of Africa into the future. But we have that promise. And of course, maybe just to add one more thing, there's something Zimbabwe has done which is very good. They've struggled with inflation that has been massive. But the moment they went the gold way, I think they've, to some extent, reduced the pressure on the economy so that they back their currency with gold. I think even as a country, as we do all these things, as we open our minds to all the kinds of exploration going on, we need to be sure that can we be able to increase our gold reserves, because it's something hard you can use as a basis to avoid the kind of pressures we had 2 years ago when our currency against the dollar just moved from 130 shillings to 160 within a very short time. And you can imagine what it came with in terms of the impact on the economy, quickly followed by our attempt towards raising money to fund our public debt. And of course, we almost lost the country to protests.
But I want to ask this question to all of you. How is this summit quite important for France, particularly? Alexander?
Well, France is under pressure. Francophone Africa is the topic of, 9 coups in the last as many years. In fact, they even call the Sahel the coup belt. It has a reputation, and I respect Macron. He says we have to reassess our situation. We have to reassess our role in Africa. So rather than to apologize or restruct in countries where there's a lot of emotional resentment right now, it's better to reintroduce yourself to Anglophone Africa, Kenya, case in point. President Ruto seized that opportunity. So it's a marketing campaign round. Now, if France fails, Kenya still wins because they haven't given anything up. They've acted as a catalyst to a summit. A lot of commitments are being made. Of course, they have to be bilateral. Kenya's going to have to bring things to the table, as indicated by Macron as well. They don't stress that a lot. It's funny because these are the underlying conditions that are talked about. Now, part of this summit is public. A lot of this summit is under Charterhouse rules, which means closed doors. Nobody gets to talk about what was said or who said it. And especially the security meeting that's going to happen today. So, but the sizzle is there. We haven't seen the steak yet or tasted it. I think you're going to see a lot more of this kind of activity, and it's going to attract other nations that are very quiet and methodical. For example, Dangote is now being approached by Norway to make a $2 billion investment. Norway is a Nordic, very conservative. They're like the Germans. We like it black and white. We don't like a lot of gray in the middle.
Yeah.
We don't like corruption. But we're very pragmatic about doing honest business and keeping a schedule. But Dangote has proven he can navigate those waters.
Yeah.
Here's the other problem. As Dangote gets bigger and wealthier, he's going to attract resentment. The AU is going to say, we've got too many eggs in one basket. Now we've created a monopoly. So how do we regulate that? It's happened in America too in the past. But I wouldn't worry about that so much right now. I look at Dangote as a catalyst to pro-African development. All right. I also see especially Canada coming to bear here. I represent an area in Canada which is the innovation capital of the country. They want to reach out to Africa. They want to do bilateral trade with the tech companies that are in the Kitchener area of Ontario. The member of parliament for Kitchener, Kelly DeRitter, she's very unique. She's an engineer that went into politics, not a politician pretending to be an engineer. And she is the AI seat for the caucus in Ottawa. She brings a lot of value to the table on bilateral agreements, especially educating and prepping Kenyan youth, or African youth for that matter, with our universities in digital format, in AI advance. And Canada obviously is neutral. It's never been a colonializer, so they wear a different kind of hat here. Plus they're bilingual, French and English.
Yeah.
So I throw that out as an example. I think you're going to see a lot more movement in that direction. Now, when we get back to Africa building up this trade through integrity of a blockchain, cryptocurrency is based on blockchain. It can't be altered. So when you talk about corruption, if somebody throws an invoice from a bylaw enforcement officer that really didn't exist, that becomes part of the blockchain and that corruption gets exposed.
Okay, because at the end of the day, it's more of an Anglophone outreach. Is France trying to make on that reset button?
I think France admits in its own words that it's lost influence in the Sahel. So definitely they would want to expand into the Anglophone Africa. But I think Kenya offers a perfect gateway. We are a fairly stable nation. We host United Nations various agencies in our country, so it works for them. But the other issue is how can they secure alternative, what they've lost in the Sahel. So if they can access our markets here, because they're looking for markets for their products, definitely. That is the truth.
Did I hear President say that you have money, but you have products or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at our pharmaceutical industry. How much do we import from France? Quite a lot. Quite a lot. Or the medicines we use. Because we don't have the capacity to manufacture them here. At least we are still trying, but we don't have the capacity. Then, of course, France is trying to clean its image. So try and have military presence, but not bases. I think the way they've operated previously in West Africa, having those military bases, I don't think has augured well. So they're very careful how they're coming into this space. And that's why the language is coached correctly. It's about partnership, it's about mutual benefit, it's about signing cooperation and technology transfer, so that what you get is that this is a partner that is coming on the surface. Like the sizzle looks good. The problem is what could be in the steak. So it's up to us to be sure that the steak remains what we've smelled in the sizzle, and not something else.
I agree. Yes. What about other markets? Because other jurisdictions have enjoyed Kenyan market for a very long time. Let's take, for example, China. What do you think China is going to do and the big brother? Because at the end of the day, France is not so far away from here. France enjoys a very warm corner with Africa, and now he's in Kenya. What do you think the big brothers are saying out there?
I think for China, their biggest concern will not even be that our market here is being invaded by other countries. In fact, their engagement with us has been one where I have no interest in what you do in your country. Let's do business. If it's if my products can be more competitive than the rest, the market forces will determine. And if it's about seeking funding projects we can work with you on, we will be able to work with you. So I don't think that relationship with China is going to be affected. But of course, China takes note that there is another player coming into this space, and so do other countries. I'm sure when we talked about Nairobi Railway City, it was all UK leading. But now the same space is expanding with what the French are bringing in terms of just modernizing our commuter railway across the various satellite towns and regions within Nairobi.
Yeah.
That is actually good for us. So technically, because of the way we are structured as a country, and I think it's a good way, Kenya, interestingly, is among the most diversified economies in Africa. And that allows us to plug into almost every sector very, very strongly. If it's in the IT, if it's in the services sector, if it's in the manufacturing in our small way, agricultural sector. So there is always almost something for everyone to bite. But don't forget that we are also surrounded by very troubled neighbors.
Yeah.
Somalia is not very stable. We have South Sudan not doing very well. Ethiopia, there is a lot of strong Oromo. There are local tensions they have as much as they're stable in their space. And then up as you pass Uganda, you know, there are challenges that go towards DRC. There is no better gateway to that part of the world than Nairobi and Kenya.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's important that for countries such as France, for the EU, the G7, this is the right gateway to use. And because our financial architecture and our systems are fairly quite good, you can plug in and move.
Yeah.
And that's why many Europeans of late, we say many are very comfortable to come and retire and enjoy their quiet life here. They are almost certain that there's a Kenyan that will listen to you when you speak in English, and they will speak very good English back at you.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to how conducive this environment is. We may just need to struggle with the other languages.
Should have a bragging right.
Yes,
to some extent.
Of course, we have those bragging rights of around speaking good English compared to other nations. But of course, it's not just about English. It's about, can we be able to leverage on the various trading partners' language? If you want to do business in France, you need to understand the French language. If you want to do business in Chinese, Mandarin is key.
Exactly.
And I'm glad we are able to navigate that space well. So for me, it's an opportunity for us to take advantage of, but be careful that in those arrangements, our interests are properly secured. Because sometimes I can smile at you. They say, you know, once bitten, twice shy.
Yes.
When we were first approached with religion, we embraced religion, but in the process, other things came later. So even now, yes, as we embrace the partnership, we must be able to be careful and note what are the dotted lines that we need to take note of, so that we are not overly exposed as a country and we do not injure our standing and reputation and ability to do business, even with our own brothers. Remember, we are Africans as well, and therefore the well-being of our neighbor is important to us. Kenya, Tanzania, we have Kenyans who are in Tanzania, we have Tanzanians who are in Kenya. We share borders. We have Maasai community across there. Even in Uganda, there are Kenyans who are basically, there are people who speak the same language with other Ugandans. So it's important that ultimately that Pan-African spirit also is maintained through a proper structure in AU that allows us to engage without injuring how we relate. And I think there's no better example to use than South Africa, which has been accused of xenophobia and sending away other Africans because they feel they're taking away their jobs. And now the backlash is now going on them. So we need to learn from Dangote. Look at how, despite the struggles in Nigeria, initially shunned, his refinery had a lot of challenges, but when things were tough,
yes,
he became the savior of the nation. Nigerians used to queue for fuel with jerry cans. Not anymore. Now they have secure, relatively cheaper fuel costs, as much as there are those fears of monopoly. But if as a business person you're ethical, and I think Dangote to a very large extent has shown that goodwill, you will attract suitors to be able to expand your space. And that's why you go to Burundi. I was shocked. I was in Burundi 3 weeks ago. I saw Dangote cement. So what does that tell you? It tells you that we have a continent that if we are able to embrace what is good for us, then we can expand intertrade amongst us. And I think those are also opportunities we should not lose, even as we welcome support from elsewhere.
Okay. As we come to a close, so the Nairobi Declaration at the end of the summit is going to be made. They are going to have that. But what are you looking forward to with specific investment opportunities and policy outcomes, Alexander? Because now at the end of the day, the declarations will be made. They are going to have adoptions and all that. What are you looking forward to?
Well, so far the summit's been structured to make an announcement, a turning point. I think, based on what my colleague has said, we're in violent agreement. Africa in the next 3 years is going to advance more than it has in the last 200.
Yeah.
I think that's, I don't think that's an exaggeration. The evolution of that is what we're seeing in real time right now. The French are struggling to reinvent themselves. How successful they're going to be? Well, let's wish them luck. There's 23 billion euros that were signed at the summit in investments directly related to the summit. 9 billion of that is private money. And about €1 billion is bilateral trade with France and Kenya in Kenya. And then it involves other countries as well. We don't hear a lot of press releases on the other deals, on the other countries. France is focusing in the energy field. CEO of Schneider Electric spoke yesterday. Interesting, they're focusing on cinema and culture, because that's something nobody can compete with the French on, other than perhaps America. But they're investing in courses here at the university and French cinema. Now, if you control the media, you can control the people if you're smart. So that becomes a big political tool, that kind of influence. So be careful there. America did that to Colombia. They demanded 60% of the content in Colombia be produced in Miami. Why would that be? Well, history speaks for itself.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a elongated series of press releases that come out. The G7's about a month away from now in France. So you're going to see a continuation of President Ruto's efforts on promoting Kenya. And as I said, I think you're going to see some other countries come into the forefront here quietly. America's very quietly, expanding right now. Madagascar, it'd be interesting how that turns out. The Russia's making a big play in Africa too. You don't hear a whole lot about it, but they're in Madagascar now. There's a bit of a scandal going on with the French there. Another coup attempt. We'll see how that plays out. Chinese, they don't use military. They don't use shotgun diplomacy. They use their Belt and Road Initiative. They're going to have to reinvent themselves as well, because they've had some negative publicity in Africa with death spiral financing from infrastructure. And also it becomes a jealousy situation, which is very unfortunate. A lot of Chinese business people have been basically run out of Africa, Angola in particular, bombings of malls or firing of malls, and that's not right, okay? But it shows the level of desperation with poverty, as exemplified in South Africa. Africans kicking out Africans. It's like a reverse apartheid. Because they were a beacon of success, so of course they're going to attract other African nations that aren't quite as affluent. This is normal human behavior. You can apply it to South America, to Europe, to Asia. It's not unique to Africa.
Okay.
So we have to take that into consideration.
All right. Has been any measurable impacts at the end of the day?
I think the tone has already been set from yesterday. So innovation has come out very, very strongly. Issues around climate action, those have also come out. So I expect
employment
that
fix and all that.
Energy transition, I think there is a very strong push in that space. Just to mention that I think we have a nuclear plant we are developing in Siaya.
Yes.
And there's no better partner in that energy space, especially nuclear energy, than France, that has 65% of its energy from nuclear. So they are good partners in that space if you can utilize that well. But also there's a fairer debt or financial architecture. I would expect that to be one of the outcomes that will then be something to look forward to going forward. Yeah.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you give how have we behaved? You saw Emmanuel Macron telling us, hey, guys,
I think that was a low moment, but also a wake-up call. And listening to Alexander now, I'm trying to think through the agitation that Macron had in that conversation. What was the conversation going on?
And it was about culture and
it was about
French.
It's about culture.
Yes.
And culture is the gateway to control. If I can influence your culture and how you do things, the rest of the other things become very easy to work around you. So perhaps it's the most important area of conversation. So we need to look at, you remember the sizzling that Alexander mentioned with the steak?
Yes.
We need to look at that because ultimately, once you influence culture in one way or the other, then the rest of the other things become easy. So it's important that, yes, we need to behave better. I think that was a low moment. But beyond that, why are the French so keen in cultural engagement?
The same way Kenya is also so keen on our athletes.
So the give and take. We are keen on their money and the support around our development programs. They're also keen on how we integrate, and I think it's been part of their nature. Even from assimilation, if you look at the colonial era, the French took the assimilation route. They are very welcoming. I've not seen a head of state come to Kenya and greet our president the way Macron greeted President William Ruto. The hug, the warm greeting speaks to something. So it's probably a French thing, but of course, beyond the hug, then you need to get to business and protect both spaces.
So let's wait and see how it's going to end today, being the last day, and of course, a lot is going to happen during the day, and of course, this is where you're going to get everything from 9 a.m. Stay with us. My name is Victor Lowe. Thank you so much for joining us. FCPA Hezbollah Molo, Council Member ISPAC, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And Alexander von Drugen, Global Policy Analyst. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's take a break. Good morning, Kenya continue.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Kila mwisho wa juma tunapanda milima na mabonde, kusafiri mijini na vijijini ili kukutana na wakulima wa nafaka na mifugo ili kukuletea wewe siri na mafanikio ya kilimo biashara. Kuanza maandalizi ya shamba hadi soko la kimataifa. Hapa KBC tubashiri, tunakupa elimu itakayoongeza kipato chako. Ungana nasi kila Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo. Kilimo ni ajira, kilimo ni utajiri.
Welcome back to Semana Sports from Nagamba.
Semana Spokes is the platform where Wananchi engage, query the government, and the government responds. It's your time to be informed. Don't miss Bonga Nagava every Thursday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Semana Sports.
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
Today, I have something to celebrate.
Divorce.
Yeah.
Miss, you okay?
I'm fine. My stomach hurts.
Let me help you out. Really should get back at you. As well as the fees, I put some more cash on your account here. Order whatever you want to eat.
Oh, you made it. My boyfriend. I want you to be my boyfriend.
Why would you want to be with a doorman? I just don't get it. Hey, if you want a boyfriend, I can introduce someone for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya.
Wake up with Good Morning Kenya, the morning show that's got it all.
We dive deep into issues shaping our country.
Youth are a voice of a nation.
What is the next step for the young people?
Unpacking political landscape from Monday to Wednesday.
We discuss family matters.
It is very important to guard your relationship.
And for your health,
someone doesn't wake up and they become an addict. It's in stages.
We've got you covered each and every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Every Wednesday, it's all about the viewpoint.
A day in politics is like 1,000 years.
Unpacking the biggest stories of the week, getting you insights and getting you ready for your day.
And the package is not yet done. I get to fix your Thursday with some entertainment. Entertainment Thursday, it is.
Good morning, Kenya.
We shape your day.
Good Morning Kenya, every weekday morning on KBC Channel 1.
And welcome back to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Megu. Many thanks for tuning in to Good Morning Kenya. Now, I want us to explore how you can create sustainable wealth in a world that is increasingly defined by uncertainties. And we are talking about inflation shocks, geopolitical tensions, matters to do with technological disruptions, all that. And as Africa Forward Summit is happening right here in Nairobi, even as Africa is positioning itself as the next frontier for investment and enterprise, I want us to explore and see how volatility can be turned into an opportunity. And I'm having that conversation with Isha Dunga, who is a corporate trainer, a business and personal finance coach. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay. You well?
Kabisa.
It's a bit chilly.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Kumenyesha asubuhi.
Of course.
And also we are expecting to have CPA Ken Odongo, who is the director, Focus Business College. Let's get into it. And Isha, let's talk about start with matters to do with inflation. According to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, there's an indication that inflation in the month of April rose to around 5.6%, and it was largely driven by matters to do with the housing costs, food, transport. And even though this is within the CBK range, Why do you think that many Kenyans still feel that they are financially strained? Are we dealing with an economy where the official macroeconomic stability is not translating to household financial comfort?
Well, thank you so much, Mike. And I'm really getting to like that perspective that you're bringing, because many Kenyans have, in most of the occasions, not been able to experience the numbers that are being, put outside there in terms of the economic factors and, measures, translating into the real life, impact. And it's a question of really having a logical discussion about what really matters in the life of the Kenyans. Something that is very important that we need to take care of is that most of these indicators are actually being taken from, number one, large corporations. Number two, they're taken at very top levels that are not probably able to get down to the very common person in terms of what they're really feeling. And then number three, even some of the data sources are also making it, not to have the real situation that is actually happening on the ground. One thing that is very common is that in Kenya, the statistics is that about less than actually 10% of the population are in formal employment. And therefore, that population probably, the statistics that we're talking about can probably be able to apply. Having be able to see the statistics in terms of inflation rising, stabilizing at around 5.6, may be able to apply to the population that is on formal employment, and being able to really show what is happening in terms of that cost of living. But when it comes to now the actual sense, the cost of living for the common person who is not now within the grid of that part of data-driven analysis is really facing probably turmoil times. And I will get down to you that when you're looking at the inflation, we are not probably able to get down to the border guy, because largely, if at all inflation stabilizes, the prices of the commodities, maybe after rising, they don't go back to their original status. If bread came from 45 shillings and it rose to 55 or 60 shillings, it doesn't go back, even if the numbers now shows stability. But then again, look at this person who is getting to earn, having his income constant. It means even if the stability rises and these kind of things like the subsidies that the government were providing in terms of ensuring that even the fuel costs remain a little bit lower are removed, then it becomes a very difficult economy for that lower person who is getting to earn less. Again, look at it from the perspective of Mama Mboga. You see, when Mama Mboga is having the little amount of money that he's been able to earn from the sale of the mboga, then to what level is the purchase power of this person affected when this person wants to really get into the other aspect of the expenditure? So that grid of thinking makes it almost impossible to have the numbers that have been taken by the KNBS to reflect literally in terms of the financial comfort to the common wananchi. Then I would also look at it from the perspective of the global disruptions that are actually getting into our country these days. I used to say during the days of COVID that, in fact, I think after COVID is when people came to realize that anything to do with the global shocks has got a direct impact into the life of even the lowest person within a country.
Generally the economy.
Yes, generally, and now specifically to the various households that are there. So if you look at it from this perspective, that when the COVID was here, people, before it came, people thought about it as a Chinese thing. But then little did they know that that global shocks, the waves kept doing what? They kept coming up to the very moment that we are getting into, our each and every livelihood. And therefore, when we are talking about the global disruptions, like the geopolitical tensions and the unemployment issues, the things like the war that are taking place now, they disrupt the current supply chain movement. And this actually reduces the perspective of the purchase power, the ability of the common person to be able to continue doing business normally. The SMEs are seriously affected. The tenders that actually have been flying up and down, and then the competitions here and there are becoming so cutthroat that the normal business is not able to make as much as they would be able to. People are actually cutting on expenses. People are actually laying off workers in order to keep on surviving. And this actually impacts on the local person to a point whereby they cannot even be able to afford the very minimum of the livelihood.
Yes, and it's important that you've brought about that aspect of SMEs, because we keep having SMEs in Kenya struggling with matters to do with the expensive credit and reduced consumer spending. Why do you think there's this recurrence of such matters, CPA? And thank you for making time.
Thank you so much. God bless
Karibu
you.
sana.
Asante.
So what do you think we keep struggling, having these issues of SMEs having to struggle with matters of reduced consumer spending and also expensive credit and even slower growth?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would want to say that I'm so grateful to be here today, this morning. And it's a very important topic, a topic that basically resonates with you and me and the public that is basically out there. When you talk about economic disruptions, it actually goes all the way to the pocket of the common person. When you have the normal economic disruptions that we have currently in our countries, the downtowns, uncertainty, when it comes to spending, you'll not spend, especially when you know that the times are very hard and the times are very uncertain. You tend to basically withhold on spending, maybe to take care of the future. So that happens to consumer spending going very low. Yes, and businesses again also suffer when consumer spending goes low, because when it comes to spending, that is the demand on that product. So that's why business tend to fail when there's these disruptions in a country.
And also when you look at how CBK is approaching this, they have been on a trajectory of cutting rates. Interest rates multiple times, maybe in an attempt to stimulate the private sector. But my question to you is, are lower rates enough to revive wealth creation when confidence in the economy is not at 100%?
Not per se. It's a series of a number of things. Lowering rates, again, in itself, it's not the only way. The other ways that would be very applicable is creation of wealth. If you lower the rates, but then there's no creation of wealth, then there's not ability to create wealth, then nobody is going to go for even the lower credits. There has to be a platform, for people to be able to create wealth and for people to be able to grow. Yes. So it's not just about lowering the rates, but it's about also a country where we are able to create opportunity for our people. We are able to stimulate the education sector. People are able to be empowered, so that even as they take the credits and the loans, they're able to tap into the economy and create wealth.
Would that be incentivizing enough for people to create wealth?
No, I agree with him. When it comes to a stimulus point of enabling the economy to revitalize and bring wealth into existence, and not to just fit, but actually bringing wealth.
Yes.
It's about creating an environment that can enable the businesses to thrive. And I can be able to tell you that one of the most difficult things or times that the business are facing today is the environment for the wealth creation.
Yes.
Because as at now, number one, it has become very expensive to do business in Kenya due to the various compliance issues that are there. Number two, there are a lot of regulations and the policy issues that actually surround the business. In fact, I normally make this light joke that in Kenya, when you simply turn yourself into a businessman, you become a potential suspect to the government. So every perspective, every government organization that are relating to the businesses are looking at you as a potential either source of income to them or a way through which they can be able to get something out of you, or frustrate you. Why am I saying this? It's because there are certain policies that sometimes come into play within either the county government perspectives or the national government perspectives that makes the businesses to be suffocated in terms of creating the wealth. And so we are also probably not, we cannot be actually sleeping to the cognizant fact that there are certain areas of the government, departments that are also trying to ensure that the businesses get opportunities to be able to thrive. And because of that, it becomes at least the mandatory feeling of the businesses to identify now the various opportunities that they can be able to, exploit for the purpose of ensuring that they use the various available stimulus to be able to thrive. One, if the government is actually lowering the rates through the CBK, is an opportunity to access the, the credits. But again, there should be regulations within the credit providers that risk analysis within those SMEs should actually risk analysis standards should also be lowered to enable even the startups to get into the grid of financial accessibility and inclusivity, to ensure that even as we try to find a way through which we can enable a sustainable wealth creation from the business perspective, the financial inclusivity is an oil factor that makes the businesses to really thrive. And therefore, when we are looking at an SME or a business in context, then the stimulus of, of the low interest rate is a key component. But it should also be able to get down to the point whereby the real providers are becoming cognizant of the fact that they are business difficult times, and they need to also take into consideration the kind of sectors that they're dealing with, so that they can be able to oil and revitalize the economy through financial access.
We need to understand volatility within the Kenyan context, because sometimes when you talk about volatile markets, the first thing that comes to mind is the stock market. But volatility in Kenya sometimes is showing up in fuel prices, food prices, and also taxes, currency fluctuations, such matters. CPA, how should Kenyans, just ordinary Kenyans, understand economic volatility?
Thank you so much once again, but I would love to digress a bit. We were talking about the issues of the interest rate, which my colleague has also delved in and expounded it. It's not just about offering lower interest rate. We talked about many times there has been a lot of empowerment, the government putting cash to the local mwananchi. But if there is no knowledge behind it, then it becomes very difficult to grow such an economy. But again, issues of regulations, issues of taxes per se. The moment you step into the business and you do not understand tax, you set yourself into a trap. Yeah. Not just a small trap, a huge, huge trap.
Allow me to cut you short. We go for a short break. Yeah. We come back and execute at that point. What you are seeing on your screen are the live pictures from KICC, where the Forward Africa Summit is happening, and we'll be bringing you updates as the event happens. We take a short break. We'll be back for this conversation. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Semana Spokes.
Semana Spokes is the platform where Wananchi engage, query the government, and the government responds. It's your time to be informed. Don't miss Bonga na Gava every Thursday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Semana Spokes.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y254. Don't miss it.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible
Yes.
to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1. Looking to advertise on KBC? KBC announcement services are now available on eCitizen. Visit kbc.ecitizen.go.ke and fill out the online application form. It's simple. 1. Complete the form. 2. Upload required documents. 3. Receive a quotation based on word count. And 4. Get notified via SMS when your announcement is ready. Please note, clearly indicate the type of announcement, service station, and all relevant details. 2. All applications must be made online only. Manual submissions will not be accepted. And 3. Announcements will air after news bulletins. For assistance, reach us on email ecitizen@kbc.co.ke or use our social media handles, Facebook, your Facebook account, and X at your X account. Or you can call us on 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124. KBC announcements. Simple, fast, and digital.
Welcome back. You're still watching KBC Channel 1. This is Good Morning Kenya, and we're talking about how to navigate wealth creation in a volatile market. And we were trying to understand market volatility within the Kenyan context. And CPA, you were explaining that.
We stopped at a point we were talking about taxes.
Yes.
And we say that low interest in itself is not the solution. There's a whole lot to the aspect of business.
Yes.
And we're saying that, number one, if you invest into business without understanding regulation, understanding taxes, you actually set yourself up. Trouble.
Yes.
In that, you have to understand the whole dynamics around business. Without that knowledge, you'll actually find yourself operating on a worse situation that you are in. A given scenario, as we interact with smaller businesses that try to expand,
yes.
One of the issues that actually happens to these smaller businesses that they try to thrive. Along the way, they get into trouble where you find all of a sudden authorities, you've not paid a tax of 5 million, you've not paid a tax of 20 million, and the whole thing goes down. Yes. So therefore, bringing us to an aspect that, in as much as a country is also trying to lower the interest rate, there's need for information. There's need for a space where, create forums, not just forums at the top level, but even at the local levels where business or SMEs are taught on how to operate taxes around regulations.
Yes.
You should also have idea on regulations.
Who is responsible for this information that you're talking about?
I would say that at the top is the government, but you also have professionals, it's a space for professionals like us also to tap that, online, because presently we can do it so easy. You simply need to tap onto your phone and you can share one or two, like the small SMEs, you can tell them about TOT, somebody who does maybe a turnover of $1 million to 25, and it doesn't keep proper records, what are some of the taxes that you can do? TOT would be good for such business because you only need to keep records of your sales only. But also on the space of regulations, before you tap into any space, what are regulations that are basically involved in this business? Because your growth is determined again by, how compliant you are. If you're not very compliant, at the end of the day, even as you strive to grow, you may never grow as a business. So you have to actually understand the whole space of business in order for these businesses to thrive in this particular country.
Yes. And also, Isha, you know, as we've said, inflation rose to around 5.6% in April. That is according to KNBS. So does that jump, because it rose from 4.4 to 5.6, what does that jump tell in as far as susceptibility of Kenyan households is concerned at businesses at global and domestic level?
First, let us get to underscore the context of the inflation influence in the life of a business and also in the life of a household.
Yes.
You see, when an inflation jumps from probably a percentage to another one, then it shows that the purchase power of either business or an individual has basically been affected by the then percentage. And therefore, when a business is looking at it, when you look at it from the frontier perspective of the business, you'll realize that the business will try to cut costs in order to ensure that they continue surviving. Because what is the main essence of a business continuing to be in business? Because one of the major principles is that a business should be a going concern. And when it stops being a going concern, then majorly it's not going to operate within the context of the profitability. Then what does that really translate into the life of a business? It means, therefore, then that a business that has been affected by such a level of inflation cannot be able to really prosper in terms of ensuring that they expand. They can also not be able to bring out probably the opportunity for employing other people and increasing the employment rate within the country. Then number two, what does this also do to the various households? Because it is these businesses that are actually sustaining the population. It is these SMEs that are actually sustaining both formal and the informal sector. And so when you look at the whole value chain of a business operations, you look at the person who is supplying this business, you look at that driver that actually drives for that business, you look at maybe the cleaner down there, you'll be able to look at every perspective of the supply chain of this business. So a rise in inflation basically affects the business in a more negative way in terms of ensuring that the sustainability of both an individual and also the persons, I mean the businesses themselves, are actually contextualized. There's something that my brother also brought on board when it comes to the perspective of the taxations. You see, there are also these silent factors that are also going to affect the operations of the businesses, that in as much as inflation can also be one of the effects that impacts a business, or factors that impacts a business, you'll realize that those silent policies that are also some of the major factors. Today, if you can be able to jump into business without understanding the context of taxation, then you are actually geared towards failure, because the government, through the Kenya Revenue Authority, has also put themselves in such a way that they are monitoring the businesses like a mirror. They are able to see every transactions, and apart from that, they are also transferring the burden of the businesses, actually declaring not only whatever they have been able to earn, but also proving whatever they have been able to spend. And that particular, impact has actually become so much burdensome to the businesses, to a point whereby if at all you are not geared towards compliance as a business person, then definitely you are geared towards failing in terms of the business, because you will be slapped at a point of time.
Let me just cut you short. Sorry. And what you're seeing on your screen is the arrival of heads of state, and that is head of state of Liberia arriving at KICC for the second day of Africa Forward Summit. Of course, we shall be bringing you live updates of events as they unfold at KICC. Remember, this is Africa Forward Summit. It is a two-day event that is happening right here in Nairobi, and we shall be bringing you up to date or up to speed with what is happening. If you can continue.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that businesses basically must be very conscious enough in terms of the compliances. And that compliance is actually one of the very major factors that can be able to either make a business to succeed or make a business to fail. And the compliance, the major part is about your tax payment position, your liabilities, your health status in terms of your tax liability. It's very important for a business to really be cognizant about that. And my brother also talked about the knowledge and enlightenment. I also would be able to say that apart from the experts that are also in the market, that can tap into the gap of the knowledge gap.
Yeah.
There is also the bit of the duty of the Kenya Revenue Authority, also getting out to give enlightenment to the mass population. Because, first of all, my grandmother in the village is not aware on how he's supposed to be able to approve the expenses through the e-teams, correct? So it is also the duty of the Kenya Revenue Authority through their various agents and also outlets of communications to ensure that this information reaches the mass majority for the purpose of ensuring that we have got a stable economy through the complying businesses.
Of course, what you're seeing on your screen is the arrival of Ghanaian President John Mahama arriving at KICC for the second leg of Africa Forward Summit that is happening right here in Nairobi. You can see him there arriving at KICC. And of course, today it is going to be quite a busy day for the heads of state as during that conference, the summit that is happening at KICC, and we shall be bringing you live updates of the event as it unfolds. Now, CPA, when you look at matters to do with employment, there's a growing perception that despite economic growth figures, many young professionals, yes, they are earning, but they are not building meaningful wealth. Is this a case of an income crisis or a cost of living crisis, or it's a matter of financial literacy crisis?
Thank you so much. I think it's a whole aspect of many things that we've talked about. But I would love also to build it from a space where we had asked my colleague something on inflation. I believe if we talk about inflation, if you look at it a whole, about 80% do not even understand what inflation is as a country. Yes, they don't even understand what is inflation. If today you go on the street and ask one simple question, what is inflation? I believe understanding inflation, number one, that is a persistent rise in the prices of commodities, very important. And a whole, in as much as we always say that there is the positive of inflation, you know, which many people don't know, that inflation at lower level is good for the economy. However, when you have the levels of hyperinflation, then it becomes very dangerous to the economy, such as my colleague has said, you know, issues to do with unemployment. It also causes social crimes. You know, why is there crime in the society? Because when the cost of living basically goes high, what happens is that, you know, a huge mass, you know, resort to other dubious way of making money in the economy.
Maybe CPA, yes. That is the arrival of UN SecGen, that is Antonio Gutierrez, is part of this summit that is happening right here in Nairobi. He's just arrived at KICC, if you may. Continue.
Thank you. So back to our question that has just been posed, you know, why is the situation is still not very good for the young people? You see, a business cannot, for those that are in employment, a business can pay you as much as they're able to make. If a business is not able to make as much as possible, then they're not able to pay the youths that are in the job market. But again, there is also a mention of the literacy, what goes on, you know. We have, what I've said in the culture of an African culture, we have been cultured to go for employment, which I strongly think that the government need to refocus on that and encourage people into wealth creation, more of wealth creation. But in this wealth creation, there's the aspect of information, that in order for me to create wealth, then I need to have information. Information comes from sourcing knowledge. So I think the young people also, in the space where they are, they need to look at the needs of the society, because business are basically created out of needs of the society. What does the society basically needs at the present time? Research on what the society needs, then from there begin to build a business. But I would say that when it comes to, you know, issues, the young people still feeling that there's not something in their pocket, is a whole lot of many things. Business, I've said, number one, cannot pay you if they're not making money, especially when you talk about volatility.
Yes.
If the business are doing very bad, we expect that, you know, the cuts into the salaries, and with the cuts, you know, the young people are not able to get enough money even to put to have a saving and to venture into the business. But you're also saying that if they go to the aspect of financial literacy, It's a whole, you have, on the financial literacy, you have to spend time, to get knowledge, to do your due diligence. That is in the case of where you want to involve yourself in business, which not many people take, but there's need for that information. And I think at the present time, I would say it out loud what is happening in our country, that young people are beginning to take spaces. Young people have begun to open companies. Young people have shifted from the mindset that I have to basically be employed. That when I step out of school, I'm going for employment. Young people begin to think, what do I do? Yes.
And
so
there are a lot of them getting into MMFs.
Yes.
We have many people. Why do you think actually there's that rise, an uptick in the way people now are taking money market funds?
I think it is very interesting. You see, in the current generations, there are a lot of hype within probably new things. That is one. Not that MMF are new things, but you see now, when there's new knowledge in the market, it really spreads like bushfire.
Yes.
And you see, many people are actually looking at MMF as a vehicle of investment, even though I may be able to say that that is also not quite of a myopic view. That an MMF is simply a point whereby you can be able to pull up your funds for the purpose of whatever the kind of investment you'd want to make over a time. But you're taking into consideration the effect or the influence of the inflation within that funds that you're actually pulling together. So why are actually young people and many people, there's also much of a rush in the same? I think in the current space of information and the knowledge, we are getting to a point whereby Africa is changing, and I need to really bring that into your attention. That one of the greatest opportunities that Africa is actually having is, and the greatest is the population, and that young population.
Is actually the youngest continent.
Is the youngest continent.
Yes.
Meaning we are having a lot of labor force, and so this labor force actually is an attractive source of industrialization point. So when there's that bit of industrialization, it's actually also a position whereby we can be able to attract capital flow. So Africa today is actually starting to experience a bit of influx in terms of the capital. And so various opportunities are being sought for in terms of investments. To be able to know how we can be able to really spread this particular capital. Now, when it comes to putting up this capital for the purpose of a future work or maybe investing it, that's where you realize that now the various vehicles of investments like the MMF, the T-bills, the bonds are becoming more and more popular. And so it calls for the question of what is the best knowledge dispensation that we can be able to get in terms of ensuring that people get the right vehicles of investments. Number two, this kind of infrastructural and the network development within our economy, especially within the fintech corridor. You realize that even most of the MMFs today, I don't have to walk to the physical offices of the companies that are running the MMFs in order to invest. From my phone, I can be able to get the company and then get money from my phone, from my M-Pesa, and then transfer, and then I've already started doing my investments. That kind of knowledge gap was existing before. And apart from that one, the technological advancement and the improvements have actually also made it very easy for people to really now get to access such kind of opportunities. During the days of my father invested in the shares of in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. And my father was a primary school teacher in the village. But he had to literally travel to Nairobi to go and get, the investment to take place. That is not what actually has to happen this day. What has to happen is that you can simply get to your phone and then get to invest within the sector that you want to invest, especially in the Nairobi Securities, exchange. Therefore, that knowledge gap has actually thinned, and many people have been able to be enlightened in terms of the investments opportunities that are available. And because of that, the popularity of these various, investments opportunities are becoming more and more, immense.
What you're seeing on your screen is the arrival of Botswana president, that is Nduma Mboko, arriving at KICC. And today, it's going to be quite a hectic day or quite a busy day at KICC. plenary. We'll have plenaries with African and French CEOs on matters to do with green industrialization and energy transition. And also there will be a plenary working lunch on the reform on the international financial architecture, African countries' access to sustainable finances. Just some of the things that will be taking place at KICC, and the arrivals are still happening, and we shall be bringing you more on this. You know, coming back to our conversation, gentlemen, I also want to get a feel of what you think about the Africa Forward Summit now that this is a first happening in Kenya, here in Nairobi. Why do you think Kenya hosted this?
I would say it's a great, number one, a great opportunity. But if you look at Kenya, Kenya also in the space of Africa, Kenya is one of the countries that has opened doors to many things. So Kenya being that is the one that is hosting, it's a milestone. But I would say Kenya has taken space in Africa. Kenya is not just a country, but Kenya is a hub of many things. You know, you look at the UN is in Kenya. So we're really happy to have the conference in Kenya.
Dunga, what do you think about matters when it comes to bilateral ties of Kenya with other African countries, and also by extension, France?
I think I'm very happy at the scramble of Africa that is actually taking shape in the latest days, because we've been able to have a number of, giants, the economic giants, coming to scramble for again position within Africa, but this time around in a more strategic move. And so in that particular strategic move, you realize that, countries like France, countries like China, the United States, are they looking forward to bringing their investment, and Kenya becoming one of the destinations, for such investments. One thing that is also making me happy is that being that we are probably in the chessboard, Kenya is now starting to actually become a hub of where we can be able to start dictating the terms of our cooperations. Because in terms of our collaborations with this kind of large world economies, I looked at the some of the pacts that have been signed by our country in terms of the capital access. There is the bit of lobbying for a better financial access. Why? Because there has been over analysis in terms of the risk that Africa poses in terms of our capital utilization. Many other countries that are actually targeting Africa are looking at Africa as a risky market. And you realize that now in this kind of conversation, especially this Africa Forward Summit, one of the major conversation is about how we are not that risky destination in terms of capital flow. And therefore, what I'm happy about is the fact that we are able to sit on the table and have a conversation whereby we can have an influence in our infrastructure, we can have an influence in our tech industry, we can have an influence, a conversation on the influence of even our financial services. So that if you look at banks like Equity signing up big packs of getting a lot of money and then being able to advance this kind of loans in dollar-denominated currency to the SMEs and the businesses that would also want to prosper within the country, is a conversation that Africa is starting to wake up, and the giant is actually getting an opportunity to move forward.
Well, that is Azali Asumani, who is Honorable Azali Asumani, who is the president of Comoros, arriving at KICC. This is quite a high-level delegation that we are seeing, and we have many heads of state coming to Kenya for this summit. What do you think should be the take-home, especially for Kenya, regarding such a big event that is happening here?
As a businessman, the first thing is that what are the opportunities that are aligned? And that big cake that has been actually presented, what are you going to cut to take to your place? You see, when we have got University of Nairobi signing up a pact for an innovation and a science hub within that, the question is, to what level are you going to be able to upgrade yourself as an individual and as a business to take part within that particular hub and especially benefit from such kind of opportunities? This is also the moment that businesses should be able to, look forward into becoming more upgraded in their fight for spaces within the table of the cakes that have been presented. This is the point you're supposed to be able to lobby in terms of your associations, to be able to get whatever the kind of inclusivity that have been actually proved and provided for in that particular table. When we are looking at the finance inclusivity, one of the greatest cutthroat competition points is about access to finance for businesses. You would want to really expand, but then you can't be able to get that money to expand. But then this particular conversation that has been brought through this summit is actually presenting a level of finance inclusivity and also technology. So as a business, how can you be able to position yourself to be able to tap into that gap? That is the conversation we're supposed to be having. So as a take home, every business and Kenya should be able to understand that more and more opportunities are going to present themselves here. They are going to be very massive opportunities thereafter. The question is, how are we going to make use of such opportunities? How are we going to position ourselves in terms of tapping into such kind of opportunities?
Do you think that this underscores the aspect that Africa is the next frontier for innovation and enterprise?
If you look at Africa, just as my colleague says, Africa is opening up to massive opportunity. And the leverage that we have is the massive numbers of the young people that we have. So I would definitely agree that, Africa now becomes the hub of great opportunity. Look at these more developed countries. Where they're tapping their resources to, they're tapping their resources to Africa. But just to emphasize on the big thing, just as we have the conference that we have, it's creation of opportunity. And everybody, even as an individual, I'm tapped. What is happening? Where is the money going? Because as a businessman, we're very keen. Where is the money going? What are some of the opportunities that comes? Because with this conference comes opportunity. And we say that the ones that are going to be enlightened are the ones that are going to have a share of the cake. So I think as a population and as a nation, our eyes should be very open on the conference, get the information. If we can participate in the space, let's participate so that we have a share of the cake that basically comes to us as Kenyans and Africa in general.
Coming back to the country, Kenya is not new to fintech. And matters to do with the digital wealth creation. But now, you see, we have quite a good number of penetration when it comes to mobile money subscription, and it's estimated that that penetration is estimated at 90%, meaning that we have a financially digitized society. But has fintech fundamentally changed how wealth is created within the country?
Sure, it has. We have talked over and over, the digital space and what it has impacted. We say that if you look at the digital space currently, we have Safaricom branching it even into Ethiopia, expanding its boundary. When it comes to issues of banks, you look at today banks, I don't have to go to the bank. I simply, at the click of my button, I need to do a transaction that I basically need to do. So I would say it has done a tremendous work to a population that we have in terms of wealth creation. So again, for the mass, that is still pending, there's also still need to tap this mass, that the smaller percentage that is still not open to this, to open up to that, so that a whole population, we can enjoy the benefits of the digital space.
Yes, Dunga, what do you think? Let's say fintech has expanded the aspect of financial inclusion within the country. But on the other hand, do you think it has created a culture of instant gratification and overconsumption through easy digital credit and mobile lending?
I think that is seriously a very important question, probably because one of the greatest problems that the mass population is facing today is the misuse of whatever they earn. And this one comes due to the fact that there is easy access for that particular finance within the mobile phones. But allow me a little bit before I delve there to echo something that CPA has been able to talk about. And that is concerning the financial inclusivity with regards to the expansion of, and also, the influence in our economy. he's talked of a very important thing about the money, the finances being accessible to the people,
yes,
and being able to use it for the purpose of actually even expanding their businesses, and that particular access. But there's something that I would also want to bring on board, and that is about the fact that we are having much of the population being able to access the mainstream banking systems. Basically have actually faced the cutthroat competition from the uprising fintechs that are making it even difficult for them to sell their financial services. And that is why, when we see such opportunities like we are now getting to see some of them happening here, the innovation that are coming within the context of our country is making it possible that in the near future, in fact, I'm telling you that in the next 10 years, our country will not be talking about problems of financial inclusivity, but we'll be talking about inspiring a generation that can be having a culture of entrepreneurship, development-oriented, and conscious about whatever the rights that they're supposed to be having in terms of their growth as an African country. Now, get back to now this particular access to finances and how it impacts also into the discipline and also the life of an individual. Many people have actually dipped themselves into debt.
That is the arrival of Senegal President Honorable Diomaye, who's arrived at KICC for the Africa Forward Summit. Let's continue.
All right. So if you look at basically the way people are now accessing the finances through the easier ways and channels, many of the population have actually misused the access to finances, and many households have actually been dipped into debt because of unplanned expenditures that they have been able to get themselves into. Apparently, you'll realize that people would want to borrow loans without even any kind of plans, and somebody simply borrow because they are able to access that money. Somebody doesn't borrow because they have got a plan where they are going to invest that money. Somebody borrows because it is easier to access. Somebody borrows because an opportunity for borrowing has actually come up. But that is now the start of the problem. The lack of the information about what this money is going to impact in your life becomes now the greatest impediment of a financial discipline and the financial progress of an individual. Simply because you are doing it out of, number one, the exposure to the access, and number two, the fact that it is easier to get, and the fact that you can be able to get that money and doesn't care about even refunds. Many people have had even their houses auctioned simply because they decided to take loans for purpose of show. They went to buy certain liabilities that they wanted people to see so that they can be misconstrued to be doing well. And so that access and without knowledge is one of the reasons that some people have actually been impacted negatively in terms of their growth and sustainability.
Yes, and talking of sustainability, scaling sustainability is one of the things that local startups deal with. And even though when you look at Kenya, it's celebrated for mobile money and matters to do with fintech innovation. But then again, the question is, we are good at innovation, but then again, are we weak at commercializing and long-term wealth building? What do you think, CPA?
Very interesting. Just to talk about the fintech and the challenges my colleague has talked about. Very interesting. It is as much as that we have challenges to do with this money that is available. We must also appreciate that the fact that the times that would look back, access to finance was a huge menace. Accessing even as low as 1,000 would be a challenge. If you look way back, maybe go back 10 years behind. I think what needs to be done, and what we must agree that needs to be done, is information. In as much as you have found the access to finances, being a challenge where people take loans and they don't use them for the intended purpose, there's need for access for information. Actually, the masses that we have, is are aware of where the money goes to. Once you take this money, how do you tap in so that they don't fall into those spaces? But I believe if you were to go back in a space where these sources of finances, they will bring a huge challenge. So there's actually a huge need for information, that the masses need to be educated, the power of information, that when you take these sources of money, then you need to tap them into viable projects that at the end of the day lead to creation of more cash even to other businesses. That's what you need to, yes. Then back to your question.
Yes. And also there's, we are living in the age of technological advancement, and AI is one of the things that the discussions are revolving around, digital investing and even app-based wealth platforms. Do you think the younger generation is becoming financially smarter, or they are just exposed to more financial risk?
Well, smarter in terms of its comparability may not really apply, because smarter compared to what level or maybe what particular basis point. But I can be able to say, yes, there is better knowledge increase, there is better information flow, and the truth is, by the time you are the age of the current youth, whatever the current youth actually understands in terms of the financial management, financial technicalities and dynamics is quite different from when by that time that you are actually of the same age. And therefore, we must be able to appreciate the fact that there is more knowledge flow that is actually impacting on even how people are making decisions, especially the young people, with regards to their financial knowledge and information. Now, when it comes to the perspective of the AI and also the technological shifts, a lot of shifts are actually taking place. In fact, today, when you're looking at the strategic placements and strategic development by the companies and the various SMEs as well as corporations, I would even try to say that it is not very sustainable to do a strategic plan that is going to last 5 years, because there are a lot of shifts in terms of the dynamics of a business operations. There is that
is the president of Nigeria, Honorable Tinubu, His Excellency Tinubu, arriving at KICC for the Africa Forward Summit. Yes.
So I was saying that there are a lot of shifts in terms of the business dynamics that are actually making it almost impossible to do a 5-year plan. In fact, most of the companies that have been able to do a 5-year plan, even from now, bet me, they will be able to change those plans midways because of a lot of uncertainties that are actually taking place. There are a lot of disruptions in terms of the technology, the growth, in terms of the supply chain, in terms of the financial inclusivity access, and a lot of political shifts, regulations that are taking place. And therefore, it is very important for a country and as well as a business to clearly redefine the perspective of prosperity in terms and in terms of the context of our country and in terms of the context of Africa. We have to look at the basic perspective of resilience to these shocks. We now don't look at the mere wealth accumulations as well as readiness in terms of accumulation, but we look at now to what extent can you be able to sustain the external shocks when they be able to come and affect your business. How are you ready with terms of the business development perspectives in terms of your technology? When things are shifting, to what extent are you also shifting the same way? Initially, people used to go to the banks, but then there was a problem of when you come to the bank, but you decide to go to the washroom, coming back, you realize somebody has already sat on your seat. But then the technological shifts came to a point whereby you get to the bank, take a receipt. And so you can sit anywhere. And then you can be able to be called so that that kind of consistency and also order is maintained. But today, banks are now realizing that the larger the bank holds, the more disadvantaged they are because they are now attacking the bank. So what do? They try to dispense a lot of their services outside the bank to ensure that that particular, they can serve so many, but at the convenience of their reach. Those kind of disruptions are making it almost impossible to sustain a plan for over a long period of time. So the businesses must actually wake up to the fact that there are a lot of shifts, and these shifts take place even into the people.
So in other words, they have to anticipate these shifts.
These shifts. And so what makes them to be actually capable is to what extent are they able to sustain the shocks and the resilience that are, I mean, the shocks and the resilient way through which they will be able to become when those shocks actually come on board. Look at the people, even the shifts in the people. I can be able to tell you today that it is almost difficult, or let me say impossible, to simply wake up and fire someone from your workplace. And the company is yours. Why? Because the people have also become so much enlightened to a point whereby you must be able to also, as a business, adjust to the fact that you need to be having the knowledge, the information, the way through which you can be able to sustain your population and your workforce to continue surviving that particular shock that can be able to come, both internal and also external. Yeah. So it is very important we get to understand, all these facts. So I would be able to say that businesses must be able to wake up to the fact that the shifts in the technology is just but one way through which they can be able to sustain the shocks and also become updated in terms of their movement.
That is the arrival of Ethiopian president, that is Honorable Taye Selassie. You know, that Ethiopia is our next door neighbor, and they're part of this summit that is happening right here in Nairobi. That is Taye Selassie, president of Ethiopia. If you may continue on your point.
Yeah, so I was saying that it's a point where the businesses must wake up to the fact that shifts are happening within the various fronts. Internally, the people are becoming more and more informed. And so the business have to upgrade in terms of their knowledge and on people management. Externally, there are shocks in terms of the inflation. We have been able to talk about that. There are shocks in also competition. You know, every business that is doing well, there is another business that is actually looking at how well they are doing and studying so that they can be able to improve on whatever they are doing. And this is actually resulting into very serious cutthroat competition. And that competition is what is going to make other businesses fall and others to survive. So as a business, how do you anticipate to really sustain such kind of a shock when it comes on board, including matters to do with, the cost of transaction costs in terms of exchange rates. How is a business going to prepare themselves for the unstable exchange rate environment? And how they're going to be able to brave themselves for such kind of an external shock? That is what is going to show a prosperous business. It is going to show how you can be able to sustain such kind of level of shocks.
I think it applies to what you said before. Even when it comes to taxes, you have to know the kind of taxes that your business will face when you are starting a business. I think it's the same anticipation of external shocks that he's talking about. But let us look at the whole aspect of investment, culture, and wealth strategy. You know, as we had said before, money market funds have become very ubiquitous among Kenyan retail investors and even young professionals who are seeking safe return. But then again, some investors may be worried about declining money market funds returns. Question is, are we becoming too dependent on what you'd say is defensive investing?
So, a very interesting question again. Allow me also just to expound on something that is very important.
Yes.
It's a conversation that I had, the dynamics that are changing due to the technology. We had a conversation with a friend and we were, you cannot, a business, it keeps on evolving, and there's a lot of stuff that happens to business. So, actually, as a business, we say that you cannot even have a 5-year plan at the present time, but you have to. You are constantly, as a result of technology, you are constantly, looking at your business to see what you need to incorporate. But also, as a result of the huge competition that we have had, we say that it has brought some business down. But again, also, if you look at it on the other aspect, it has also elevated a number of businesses further. Yes. So I would say technology is good, but again, also with the technology, with the issues that come with technology, there are also challenges that comes with it that my colleague has raised. Some businesses are falling, because if you don't understand the scope of it, like to date, technology can take you down. But if you understand it much better, again, it elevates your business further and higher. When it comes back to the dynamics of investing, I think for me, I've always, felt that, there's not just a one-stop for investment.
That is President Paul Kagame of Rwanda arriving at KICC for this summit. Paul Kagame there being received by CS Rebecca Miano, CS for Tourism Rebecca Miano, arriving there at KICC for the Africa Forward Summit. Remember, we shall be bringing you live updates of this event as it unfolds, so keep it KBC Channel 1. We may continue on it.
So back to on investment. However, there's not just a one-stop for investment. There's need for diversification. Every investment that we take, there's always a reason why you take that investment. Like for the MMF, why do you go for the MMF? You don't just spot on an investment and you pick that investment. But you also say, because we were talking about volatility, the changing scope of countries, we say there's need for diversification. But apart from that diversification, there's need for information, that even as we diversify, we do not end up diversifying and end up making losses. We say that for the MMF, if you look at presently, the rates are going even further, lower and lower.
Yes.
So again, the question is, if the rates are going further lower, there's need for assessing where do we, as young people, as business people, where do we, the space that we need to put our money, that we say that diversification, should we open businesses? Should we go to the special funds? Should we go to the shares? All this information that is available, should we go to farming? Should we go to the education space? All these spaces that we talk about, the key thing is knowledge and information. So that as we delve into going into whatever space that we choose in, there's need for information, and not just information, we carry out what we call due diligence to make sure that at the end of the day, when you tap into that space of wealth creation, we are well sure of what that space is all about. But again, there's a mention that we were talking about volatility. We did not talk about the aspect of sustainability. Again, at the present time, when you have volatility, there's need for what we call there's need for adaptability. How do we adapt to the shocks that we have? That is the question. Every investment will have shocks. Initially, people have been told, the message that was basically being said is that MMF is safe. And guys were running and putting their money, the interest rate is 15%.
Yes.
Everybody is running to MMF. Currently, I think if you look at some of them, say it's not a very good idea because these are shocks that happen. So there's a need for adapting to these shocks. That's the big question. How do we adapt? One of the ways that we adapt, we said, is diversification. That don't throw all your money into MMF, but look for other varied sources of investment, and you carry out due diligence so that you put the money. When these shocks comes, you're able to adapt.
And this adaptability you're talking about is on the existing businesses. Yes. And for the ones that are coming up, they have to anticipate these shocks that we are talking about. Is this something that they need to be taught, or is something they need to just find information on their own?
No, as a business person, I think my colleague have to agree. Every day you have to sit on a table. Every day as a business person. Because your competitor could take your business the next day. So as a businessman, you have to every day study the market. When you wake up in the morning, a simple thing, whatever business that you do, sit down, look at the trend, look at what is happening, look at the challenges, study the future. If there's, innovations that are likely to come. I'll give you, for example, an education sector. Initially, we were on the physical aspect of education, and there were schools or colleges or universities that were predominantly physical. Over time, this thing changed.
Let me cut it short a little bit. That is President of France, Emmanuel Macron, arriving at KICC. Remember, he's the co-host of this summit together with President William Ruto. That is Emmanuel Macron arriving right here, here in Nairobi at KICC, where the second leg of Africa Forward Summit is happening. And That is him entering there, making sure that this is an event that we shall be bringing you live updates from KICC as it unfolds. Let's continue on that point you have.
Yes. So there's need for, on a daily basis, but not only to businesses, even for those who are employed, there's need of basically because things are changing so fast. You could sit on your seat and the next day there's something coming up that is new.
Especially now we are living in the world of social media and technology advancement.
So you have to wake up every day, even the seat that you sit in, ask yourself a question. What is likely to happen?
You must be hungry for information.
Yes, you must. What is likely to happen?
Yes.
Do
you know, traditionally, there are people who view matters to do with land and real estate as the safest form of wealth creation. But in today's volatile environment, is diversification becoming more important than ownership of what you'd say is a safe asset?
Well, that is true. Because I would say that, like he's been able to put it, when you diversify, you are reducing the risk because diversification is a risk issue, is a risk mitigation factor. In fact, in talking about even the risk itself, I've got a lady friend of mine called Caro that developed a certain system that is used for risk mitigation. And I looked at the insights. One of the greatest part is about the diversification perspective after doing the risk analysis.
Yes.
In terms of the investments of a corporation, or in terms of the investments, or in terms of the operations of a business. And I must be able to say that even as we look at safe investments, many of the occasions, you may not be able to term an investment as a safe investment unless it is actually a government related type of investments. We call them the free risk investments vehicles, and one of them is the T-bills, that is the treasury bills, and the treasury bonds. But apparently anything that is operating outside that, you may not be able to term it as safe, including even the MMFs, because you see now these are businesses that are run by people, and basically they're investing in also other markets, in as much as those markets are basically regulated. So you may not be able to entirely say that it is safe for you to probably invest in such kind of investment vehicles. But one thing I might be able to say that when you compare the safety and diversification, it is very important that any sort of a liberal and an investor that is looking at the market from the various concepts must underscore the importance of diversification. Real estate is one of the stable, let me not say safe, but one of the stable investment vehicles that you can be able to probably undertake.
So stability is not safety?
Stability is not basically safety, because you can talk about stability in terms of the storage of that particular wealth. We can also talk about the stability in terms of convertibility. We can also be able to talk about stability in terms of, in terms of the valuation. But then, when it comes to safety, you can be able to invest in a real estate in a place that at a point of time it converts to be a flood area, that all of a sudden it becomes useless. Yes, in the concept of stability, it was, but in terms of safety, it converts to something else. So basically, we can't be able to confuse stability versus, safety. But it is one of the most stable vehicles that you can be able to put up your investments. Number two, you look at also the various vehicles of investments. The level of the risks basically defines the returns. So if you'd be, there are various types of investors. There's an investor that would want to simply keep their capital. There is majorly we call them now the safeguards. They want to safeguard their capital. Then there's an investor that wants to grow their wealth. Then there's an investor that wants actually to make money. You get it? So depending on the type of an investor that you become or you are, basically it is also going to dictate the kind of investment that you're going to undertake, regardless of either the safety, stability, or diversification perspective. But what I can be able to say is that the perspective of knowledge of information, the knowledge and flow of information into today's economy is making it very easy for people to access information where they can be able to put up their money and analyze the best options for investments, and then be able to put their money there. And therefore, in the current state of affairs, I would be able to say that the knowledge gap is becoming thin and opportunities are also widening. We have got certain scopes, like even now the crypto investments, that are becoming more complex, but again becoming popular. At the inset and the onset of their introduction stage, they became one of the very risky, investments. But at times, you realize that those probably who braced the risk have been able to probably make a lot more.
Allow me to cut you short. I want us to cross over to KICC, where our reporter Aoko Alan is on standby. Aoko, you can bring us up to date as to what is happening, or as to what is to be expected today, given that the heads of state we've seen, they are arriving. What can Kenyans expect today from the Africa Forward Summit Day 2?
Thank you very much, Mike Migwi there in studio. I can hear you loud and clear. This is day 2 of the Africa Forward Summit, and it is being held at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. Yesterday, we were at the University of Nairobi, where we had a series of engagements. We started with youth engagements in the morning, where President Dr. William Ruto and his co-host, Emmanuel Macron, came through and engaged with the youth and did some ceremonial activities as well to commemorate the Africa Forward Summit. They also engaged they also did engage some business people. Of course, you might see some movement. But this is because security is very tight here, and we are seeing the heads of state just making their way through the presidential protocol, and all other presidents are passing through. And so we have been requested to move away from that shot. But as you are still with us, is where
apologies for but those are live pictures from KICC, and we want to cross over to our reporter, that is O'Brien Kimani, on the other side of the KICC, where the Africa Forward Summit Day 2 is happening, and we've seen heads of state, African heads of state, arriving right there at KICC, and also we've seen France President, that is President Emmanuel Macron, arriving at KICC. We cross over to O'Brien Kimani to bring us up to speed with what is happening on the other side of KICC. O'Brien, if you can hear me, what is the latest from what you have managed to gather?
Well, many thanks, Mike Megwin, Broadcasting House. And you got it right. We are here at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, where a major meeting is underway. This is the Africa Forward Summit being organized by Kenya and France. Today, more than 20 heads of state and government are here for the culmination of the 2-day conference. Remember, we're expecting the Nairobi declaration, which is going to spell out how France is going to engage with Africa going forward. And guess who is on the set this morning with us is government spokesperson, Honorable Isaac Mwaura. I mean, he's been part of the planning process. He's going to help us understand whether everything is going as planned, plus more. Thank you very much indeed, Isaac. I want to hear from you. I mean, yesterday, you know, how would you rate the success of yesterday?
Very, very, very interesting to see the
a French president running, on our streets, just buttressing our, that niche as the number one country for marathoners, for athletics, and that was really good. Also interaction with the youth at the University of Nairobi, the business forum, the commercialization of sports, very, very important, and of course eventually the banquet at State House. It's been extremely exciting. So many heads of states, you could hear Nairobi was just sirens from one place to another. It's been a great success so far. Even this morning, we just had a forum, at the Serena Hotel about having Africa CDC, Center for Disease Control, because Africa has got 25% of world diseases, yet only we are able to manufacture only 6% of our pharmaceuticals. Very important that we had this conversation with Mark Diop. Of course, $200 million have been put into that to start that organization. The president spoke very, very eloquently about it, and this is also part of our manifesto, because we said we need to manufacture pharmaceuticals here in Kenya as part of the better plan.
Very good. And yesterday we also saw, a lot of engagement with investors. And one of the most refining investment decision that is yet to be made is Nigerian billionaire and oil magnate Aliko Dangote, saying that he's willing to invest in Kenya's upstream as well as downstream petroleum industry. How do we plan to pick up that one?
It's very, very important because, as you can see, we've really delayed in terms of upstream and downstream. But so far, there are very good prospects. We have all what it takes, including even, that whole refinery and all of that. So he's welcome. He's welcome, and we are very happy that the president has had conversations with him. And he himself, he's expressed his interest in doing that because he had come. You remember in the fourth administration, he had actually come here to invest. So this is the most opportune moment because the government is putting every measure to ensure that any investor comes and puts their billions of dollars here for the benefit of Kenyans. And you see, now Kenya has oil, South Sudan has oil, Uganda has oil. You see, that whole issue, the issue of gas also from Tanzania, if you go to the port of Mombasa, you see Taifa Gas, they are setting up there. So we really have the opportunity to benefit from our own resources. It's very interesting that we have, oil, but then we import petroleum products. Like right now, the cabinet is considering that agreement, between Kenya and South Sudan on petroleum products so that it can come. It's a G2G. But now, if we have this arrangement that we're able to produce for ourselves, we will not be able to have problems with Strait of Hormuz and all of that because we will be consuming our own oil. And you see very well that the capacity of what we can produce here can actually suffice our market as a country. So it is also leading to self-sufficiency. So you can see the investments of France, Kenya. Also, we have opportunities in terms of the commuter railway. Very, very important here. We have an agreement on ICT, the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Very important because we are starting, an energy plant in Siaya County. Of course, the people of Kilifi, we call upon you to reconsider because that was your best site. But then, of course, there were politics that were involved there. So Kenya needs to move forward in that direction.
Very good.
And also the use of biofuels, in a surprise PPP with Kenya Airways from animal fat and all of that, so that then we are also able to get, jet fuel from our own, our products. Yeah.
I want to hear this. As a government spokesperson, and I also know that, in other life you are a politician. There are feelings that, France is trying to stage an African comeback after it was expelled or it became unpopular in West of Africa, and they're using Kenya as their launch pad. What is your opinion on this?
Our foreign policy is very clear, and the president has said it very well. Paraphrasing Kwame Nkrumah, we neither look west or east, we look forward. And that is why we are calling for what we call Afro-pragmatism, where we do not engage with bitterness. Pan-Africanism has run its course. It's now to see who is going to be a strategic partner in what. How do we benefit? Kenya will definitely benefit from these partnerships. It's extremely important, and we cannot fail to engage with our development partners on the basis of sentiments. We ourselves are a middle-income economy. We look forward to first world, and you can see Africa is rising. And you cannot say that there are not competitive advantages between Kenya and France that we need to exploit.
And when you listen to the French President Emmanuel Macron, he's very clear. He has a clear strategy of what he wants in Africa. He wants military cooperations. He wants natural resources. What is Africa looking from France and more so Kenya. What is our strategy in deepening our ties with France?
So a conference between natural resources, technology, markets. East Africa community has 330 million. But remember, it's not just France alone. It's good I need to explain. We also did a similar engagement with the UK in the 2018, all around the issue of Brexit. So people are looking for markets. We have now 1.5 billion under the AFCOFTA, Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Just this morning, I've engaged the AU Commission Chair and even Musa Faki, the immediate past, and now Mohammed Yusuf. So we have to have a situation where we speak to each other and see areas of collaboration. When a businessman comes here, whether he's from France, whether he's from Germany, we just had a conversation with the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Kenya has invested in that. They have projects here. The Italians have also come here. They have actually established their Chamber of Commerce. I mean, Kenya is ready for uptake. And there's a reason why we are the third largest economy in Sub-Saharan Africa, the sixth largest in Africa. There's a reason why. You see, France has the presidency of the G7, the 7 most powerful economies in the world. Kenya is a voice for Africa. Don't you think that's a great thing? And you've seen our president being engaged also by Donald Trump, the president of the U.S., also India recently. We were with the Prime Minister, Museveni Mudavadi, at the Raisina dialogue with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister. This is an emerging economy. So what are we trying to say, Mr. O'Brien Kimani, is that Kenya is prime, is ripe for business. We have all the parameters. And if you look at across Africa, we stand tall. We have good English, we have good weather, we have good infrastructure, we have very developed financial systems, and that is how our people are going to benefit.
Very good. Before I'll also let you go, because I know you also need to get into the plenary where the meeting is almost starting now, I want to hear this from you. I mean, we saw on Sunday the meeting between President William Ruto and his French counterpart, signing about 11 documents ranging from a railway system to aviation to maritime. And the question then comes, how then do we follow through to ensure that these are not just signings on paper, but they mature into real concept?
So there are different levels. There are MOUs. Those, at the point of MOU, then you can see it's advanced, but quite a number of them are statements of intent. So it's exploration on how we can work together, in those fields that you talked about, the blue economy and all of that. So that will be followed through. That's why we're having this cooperation, going forward. So they will be followed through. Some of them are mature investments. For example, the commuter railway, line 5, that from all the way from JKIA, that is already well on course, So it's not just hula baloo. We have what it takes to ensure that they mature and to fruition to the benefit of ourselves, because we must first look at ourselves before you look at any other consideration.
Very good. Isaac, thank you very much indeed for passing by and, of course, for talking to us. We'll keep on following through on some of these commitments so that we ensure that we develop this country.
Thank you very much. Let's be patriotic. Yes. Kenya itainuka, Kenya itasimama, Kenya itanawiri kwa umoja na uzalendo. Mimi ni Mkenya mzalendo, J. Wewe. Let's be patriotic, and I'm very happy for KBC because we do seminar spokes. We are able to tell the government story. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. That is our government spokesperson, Isaac Mwaura, joining us this morning. And of course, we are coming to you live from Kenyatta International Convention Center, where the second day of the Africa France Summit is currently under. But they're almost starting, so we need to take you to the plenary and, of course, listen through.
Members of the press, I'm kindly requesting that we clear the front so that we will be able to do this with some order. Kindly, if we can clear, we appreciate that you have a job to do, but also we would like to just have some semblance of order as we begin this session. So please, let's clear. Kindly, let's clear. Kindly. We request that we all clear from the front. We still have a few of you at the front. Please let us clear so that we are able to take the anthems and give them the due respect that they deserve, starting with the French national anthem, followed by the Kenyan anthem, and also the AU anthem finally. So we'll start with the French national anthem, Kenyan anthem, then the AU, the anthems. May I request that we may now take our seats. Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, Your Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, His Majesty King Letsi III, Kingdom of Lesotho, Your Excellency Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda, Your Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of Cote d'Ivoire, Your Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of Egypt, Your Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, President of Central African Republic, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed Ali, President of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Your Excellency Mohamed Ould Zohani, President Mauritania, Your Excellency Mohamed Al-Menfi, President Libya, Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of Zambia, Your Excellency General Mamadi Odumai, President Guinea, Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of Nigeria, Your Excellency Joseph Nyuma Boakai, President Liberia, Your Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye, President Senegal, Your Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, President of Chad, Your Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of Botswana, Your Excellency Darman Gakol, President Mauritius, Your Excellency Dramani Mahama, President Ghana, Your Excellency Chapo, President Mozambique, Your Excellency Colonel Michael Randarinariana, President Madagascar, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, United Nations, Your Excellency Aziz Akonoch, Prime Minister Morocco, Your Excellency Russell Mino Dlami, Prime Minister Eswatini, Your Excellency Americo Jolivier dos Ramos, Prime Minister Sao Tome, Your Excellency Sarah Zafan Zefri, Prime Minister Tunisia, Your Excellency Mwigulu Lameck Nchemba, Prime Minister Tanzania, all Vice Presidents present, Your Excellency Ambassadors, Heads of Delegation, Country Representative, Development Partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, at this point where we see Africa moving forward, it is a day that will be marked in history as a change has begun. Allow me, Your Excellencies, at this point to invite Vivian Onano, who is going to be our moderator for this session. Vivian Onano is one who needs no introduction. She's an award-winning journalist and also has many other things that she has achieved in her accolades. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Vivian Onano, our moderator this morning. A good clap for her, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mike Gitonga, for the kind introduction. Excellencies, heads of states and governments, distinguished ministers, captains of industry, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bonjour, bon dia, salam alaikum. Welcome to the Africa Forward Summit 2026 under the theme Africa-France Partnerships for Innovation and Growth. It is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as the moderator for this presidential opening session. Please allow me to begin by expressing sincere appreciation to our co-host, Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, President de la République Française, Son Excellence, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President de la République du Kenya. Please join me in giving their excellencies a warm round of applause for their leadership and commitment to strengthening a renewed Africa-France partnership grounded in mutual respect, mutual cooperation, and shared prosperity. A big round of applause to their excellencies. Excellencies, We gather here today at a defining moment in global history. The world is resetting, and increasingly, Africa is becoming central to what comes next. Today, Africa is the youngest continent on Earth, with a median age of just 19 years. By 2050, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African. This is not simply a demographic reality. It is one of the greatest economic opportunities of our time, if properly invested in. Otherwise, it also risks becoming a major liability. Because when we speak about Africa Forward, we are fundamentally speaking about our young people. Young Africans are already driving transformation across this continent, and this was clearly demonstrated yesterday at the Youth Future Makers Forum, where both President Macron and President Ruto actively engage with young leaders and entrepreneurs. And with greater investment in education, innovation, entrepreneurship, Africa has the potential to become one of the defining economic growth stories of the 21st century. Excellencies, how do we go from the amazing potential that we have to where we need to be at unprecedented scale and speed? Excellencies, as a young Kenyan, as someone privileged to have studied at Sciences Po Paris, and as someone who has had the opportunity to travel across more than 40 countries in Africa and continues to actively engage with young people and leaders from both Africa and Europe, I genuinely believe that this moment matters deeply for Africa, for France, and for the future of international cooperation itself. Because this summit represents possibility. The possibility of moving beyond old assumptions and building partnerships based on co-creation, co-investments, innovation, trust, and shared growth. This is strategic partnership. Africa today is experiencing one of the fastest rates of urbanization in human history, yet without a commensurate pace of industrialization. Historically, countries such as France achieved sustained prosperity through the combination of demographic growth, urbanization, and industrial transformation. Africa has the demographic dynamism, urban momentum, and now we need to accelerate the rate of industrialization at the required scale to meet the continent's extraordinary potential today and for the future. Ultimately, the Africa Forward Summit will not be measured simply by speeches and declarations, but by delivery, by investments unlocked at scale, by industries built at scale, by opportunities created at scale, because Africa Forward is not simply a slogan. It must become a commitment to build an Africa that works for its young people, an Africa that competes globally, an Africa that industrializes sustainably, and an Africa that helps shape the future of our world. This is the Africa we want. Excellencies, as I welcome our distinguished leaders to come and deliver their official statements, it would be great to reflect on a number of defining questions. What model of growth will define Africa's future prosperity? How can Africa industrialize at scale in ways that are more sustainable, more inclusive, and more competitive? How do you ensure that the partnership between Africa and France is truly equitable, future-oriented, and capable of delivering shared prosperity in an increasingly complex and competitive world? Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to welcome to the stage our first speaker, who is our gracious host and co-convener. He is a champion for African economic transformation, an increasingly influential voice in shaping Africa's place in the world, and is very committed to positioning Africa not at the margins of the global economy, but at the very center of its future. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Karibu, Mr. President.
so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Your Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic and co-chair of the Africa Forward Summit 2026. Excellencies, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, captains of industry, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor and privilege to welcome you to the Africa Forward Summit 2026 here in Nairobi, Kenya, the cradle of humankind, the birthplace of our shared human history, and the origin of wonder. Wherever you come from, you are not merely visiting. You are returning to the very beginnings of humanity. And so, with warmth, friendship, and pride, I say to you all, welcome home. Bienvenue chez vous, karibuni nyumbani.
Welcome home.
We gather, ladies and gentlemen, at a profound, consequential moment in global affairs. The foundations of international order are being reshaped by deepening geopolitical divisions, persistent conflicts, economic volatility, climate pressures, and widening inequalities. Long-standing assumptions about global stability, cooperation, and prosperity are being tested as never before. At the same time, shifting centers of influence, changing trade alignments, and the reconfiguration of global supply chains are redefining the architecture of the world economy itself. Yet, in moments such as this, fragmentation cannot be the answer, nor isolation the strategy. The times before us demand stronger cooperation, renewed multilateralism, and partnerships grounded not on hierarchy, but in sovereign equality, mutual respect, and shared responsibility. It is not how we do it. It is in that spirit that we convene this summit, grounded in our shared conviction that enduring partnerships must not be built on dependency, but on sovereign equality, not on aid or charity, but on mutually beneficial investments, and not on extraction or exploitation, but on win-win engagements. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa and France have a unique opportunity to forge a forward-looking partnership that delivers shared progress while advancing Africa's long-term economic transformation. Africa approaches this summit not from the margins of global affairs, but as a strategic actor in its own right, endowed with vast natural resources, expanding markets, and one of the greatest reservoirs of youthful talent and innovation anywhere in the world today. We all know, by the year 2050, 1 in every 4 people on Earth will be African. That reality alone will shape the future of labor, will shape the future of markets, urbanization, energy demand, and global economic growth. Over the course of this summit, our deliberations will focus on priorities fundamental to Africa's development trajectory and long-term prosperity. Among them, domestic mobilization of resources for Africa's development at scale, reforms of the international financial architecture, development of transport, logistics, and connectivity infrastructure, energy transition, and green industrialization, and of course, youth skills development to foster creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, and AI-driven transformation. First, we must confront with honesty and urgency the question of how Africa finances its own transformation. The era in which Africa's development was principally framed through aid, dependency, and unsustainable borrowing must give way to a new paradigm grounded in investment, innovation, domestic resource mobilization, and strategic partnerships built on sovereign equality and mutual benefit. Because Africa is not part of the global problem, Africa is in fact the solution to the global challenges that exist today, including those of Africa. Our continent possesses vast natural resources, critical minerals, fertile land, immense renewable energy potential, expanding consumer markets, dynamic entrepreneurs, and the youngest population in the world. What Africa requires today, friends, is not charity, but investments, not extraction, but value creation, not dependency, but mutually beneficial partnerships capable of unlocking shared prosperity. That is the essence of the Africa Forward Summit. It is about recalibrating Africa's place in the global order. It is about redefining engagements with Africa, including with long-standing partners such as France, away from outdated models of aid and asymmetrical dependency towards a framework anchored on investment, enterprise, innovation, industrialization, and mutually beneficial cooperation. And we are very clear about this. The current international financial system remains structurally unequal. African countries continue to face disproportionately high borrowing costs, constrained access to concessional financing, and distorted risk perceptions that are frequently disconnected from economic realities that exist in this continent. The bias embedded within global credit rating systems continue to penalize African economies, increase the cost of capital, and discourage long-term investment into productive sectors. This imbalance is neither sustainable nor just. It is one of the principal constraints on Africa's ability to finance infrastructure, industrialization, climate adaptation, and economic transformation at the scale that is required. That is why Africa has supported the establishment of the African Credit Rating Agency, an important step towards ensuring fairer, evidence-based, and context-sensitive assessment of African economies and investment opportunities. Its purpose is not to replace existing global institutions, but to correct long-standing distortions in risk perception that continue to increase the cost of capital for African countries and continue to discourage long-term investment into productive sectors. At the same time, we must recognize that the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund alone cannot finance Africa's development ambition. We have to be realistic. Even as reform efforts continue, the scale of Africa's transformation requires us to rethink the sources, structures, and instruments of development finance itself. Africa must increasingly finance Africa. Let me repeat that. Africa must increasingly finance Africa. What do I mean? Across our continent, enormous pools of domestic capital remain underutilized. Africa today holds more than $4 trillion in long-term domestic savings, including over $1 trillion in pensions and insurance assets, and more than $500 billion in central bank reserves. I am not talking about Europe, I'm talking about Africa. Yet, paradoxically, while this capital exists within African economies, governments across our continent continue to struggle to finance critical infrastructure, transport corridors, energy systems, industrial parks, logistics networks, and even affordable housing. There is capital in Africa, but Africa's development projects remain starved of financing. The issue, therefore, is not liquidity. It is risk architecture. That is why Africa is laying the foundation of a stronger, more resilient, and more self-sustaining financial architecture. Kenya, therefore, reaffirms its very strong support for the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions as a strategic platform for coordinating capital mobilization, risk sharing, and project execution across our continent. You remember, colleagues, that we did endorse at the last AU summit the Alliance of African Multilateral Institutions, starting with the World Bank and all the other institutions. Through institutions such as the Africa Development Bank, Africa Export-Import Bank, or Afrexim Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade and Development Bank, Shelter Afrique Development Bank, Africa 50, and Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, Africa is steadily strengthening its capacity to finance infrastructure, industrialization, trade, housing, climate resilience, and economic transformation. These institutions are more than financial intermediaries. They are instruments of African agency, strategic sovereignty, and collective self-determination. Friends, we must believe in ourselves. That is why we strongly support the recapitalization of African Trade and Investment Development Insurance as a critical pillar of the new Africa financial architecture for development. And I must thank the President of the Africa Development Bank, who is right here with us, for spearheading this effort together with all the other multilateral institutions. This is because Africa does not need more fragmented institutions. Africa needs coordinated financial firepower capable of financing infrastructure, industrialization, trade corridors, and energy transformation in our continent on our terms. It is in this spirit that the proposed new Africa Financial Architecture and Development Framework, NAFAD, as we are calling it, seeks to align African multilateral institutions, sovereign investment platforms, pension systems, development banks, and private capital behind a coordinated continental investment strategy. Its objective is simple but transformative: to retain more African savings within Africa and channel them into productive, bankable, and transformative sectors of our economy. NAFAD is designed to unlock long-term domestic institutional capital by creating credible project pipelines, harmonizing investment frameworks, strengthening regional capital markets, and establishing mechanisms that de-risk strategic public investments. By lowering risk and risk perception and improving project preparation, African pensions and insurance funds will be better positioned to invest confidently in infrastructure, industrialization, energy, housing, and regional connectivity projects across our continent. And by the way, I am still talking about resources that are African, our own resources. Ultimately, NAFAD represents Africa's collective effort to build financial sovereignty by aligning African institutions, African savings, and African capital markets behind Africa's development priorities. And Kenya has already begun implementing the elements of this vision through the establishment of the National Infrastructure Fund, a platform designed to mobilize long-term domestic capital into strategic national projects. Already, our new National Infrastructure Fund has mobilized approximately $1 billion in the last 4 months, demonstrating the enormous potential that exists within African economies themselves. And this is money we have just mobilized here in Kenya. As government, we are deliberately partnering with the private sector to build confidence, reduce risk, and crowd in investment into transformative public infrastructure. Our objective is simple: to create credible mechanisms through which private capital can participate securely and profitably in Africa's growth story. Kenya's experience demonstrates what domestic resource mobilization can achieve. Over the last 3.5 years, we have mobilized nearly $4 billion locally for our affordable housing program. Through innovative domestic financing mechanisms, we are investing in housing, creating jobs, supporting enterprise, and expanding home ownership while restoring dignity to millions of Kenyan citizens. This experience demonstrates a fundamental truth. Africa can generate substantial development resources internally when institutions are strong, policies are credible and predictable, markets are trusted, and citizens themselves become active participants in nation building. Excellencies, infrastructure development remains one of the most decisive foundations of Africa's economic transformation and continental integration. Africa's infrastructure financing gap continues to constrain productivity, continues to increase the cost of trade, weaken industrial competitiveness, and fragment markets across our continent. According to the Africa Development Bank, Africa requires between $130 and $170 billion annually for infrastructure investment, with financing gaps estimated at between $70 and $100 billion every year. Bridging this gap will not happen through public borrowing alone. It requires innovative financial instruments, blended finance mechanisms, de-risking facilities like the one I have talked about, and strong public-private partnership capable of unlocking institutional capital at scale. But the broader challenge before us is continental. We must accelerate investment in transport corridors, in ports, rail systems, roads, aviation connectivity, and integrated logistics ecosystems capable of binding Africa together into one competitive economic space under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Because Africa cannot trade effectively with itself while its economies remain disconnected from one another. Connectivity is not merely about infrastructure. It is about competitiveness. It is about regional value chains. It is about food security, and it's about industrialization. And ultimately, it is about shared prosperity. Equally critical is the question of energy. That is why we must fundamentally restructure and strengthen Africa's financial architecture to mobilize the scale of capital required to finance this transformation on African terms. Excellencies, Africa possesses some of the greatest renewable energy potential anywhere in the world, from geothermal resources in the Rift Valley and on to immense opportunities in solar, wind, hydroelectric power, and green hydrogen across our continent. Africa, therefore, has a historic opportunity, not merely to participate in the global energy transition, but to help lead it. But for Africa, the energy transition must also be a development and an industrialization transition. We must accept a future, and we cannot, let me repeat that, we cannot accept a future in which Africa simply exports raw green minerals, while industrial value addition, advanced manufacturing, and technological innovation take place elsewhere. That model belongs to the past. Africa must become a competitively industrial hub powered by clean energy, modern infrastructure, innovation, and strategic investment partnerships. Green industrialization presents our continent with an opportunity not only to contribute meaningfully to global climate solutions, but also to create jobs, expand manufacturing capacity, strengthen exports, deepen regional value chains, and accelerate structural economic transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps Africa's greatest strategic asset is its people. This demographic and the demographic reality that it presents will profoundly shape the future of labor markets, the future of technology, urbanization, consumption, innovation, and of course, economic growth. Our youth population is not a burden to be managed. It is an extraordinary strategic advantage to be invested in. But demographic potential does not automatically become demographic power. It must be deliberately cultivated by education, skills development, research, digital inclusion, entrepreneurship, and technological innovation. We must equip Africa's young people, not merely to seek jobs, but to create enterprise, build technologies, drive industrial transformation, and lead the next frontier of artificial intelligence and digital innovation. And across our continent, this transformation is already underway. From Nairobi to Lagos, from Kigali to Cape Town, young Africans are redefining finance through fintech, transforming agriculture through technology, expanding digital commerce, building globally competitive startups, and creating solutions capable of shaping industries far beyond our borders. What they require is access. Access to quality education, access to digital infrastructure, access to affordable capital, access to markets, and of course, they will create the opportunities necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, none of these ambitions can be fully realized without peace, stability, and effective multilateral cooperation. Peace, security, and development remain inseparable foundations of sustainable progress. Yet across parts of Africa and beyond, protracted conflicts, violent extremism, unconstitutional changes of government, terrorism, organized crime, and climate-related insecurity continue to undermine stability, weaken institutions, and constrain economic advancement. Current estimates indicate that Africa accounts for nearly 40% of active armed conflict globally and close to half of all internal displacements worldwide. These figures underscore both the scale but also the urgency of the challenges confronting our continent. We must therefore reaffirm our collective support for African-led peace and security mechanisms, including the Africa Union Peace and Security Architecture, predictable financing, institutional capacity, and international cooperation in support of lasting peace. But lasting peace cannot be secured through military response alone. Peace requires confronting the structural drivers of instability, poverty, exclusion, unemployment, inequality, weak institutions, climate vulnerability, and the absence of economic opportunity, particularly for young people. That is why strengthening Africa's strategic autonomy in matters of peace and security remains an imperative. And it is why we reiterate with clarity and conviction the urgent necessity of reforming global peace and security governance, particularly the United Nations Security Council. It is both indispensable and unconscionable that a continent of nearly 1.5 billion people, represented by 54 sovereign states and constituting one of the largest blocs within the United Nations, continues to remain excluded from permanent representation on the Security Council. Such inequality, ladies and gentlemen, such inequality erodes legitimacy, undermines credibility, and diminishes confidence in multilateral systems itself. No global governance architecture can credibly claim to be democratic, to be representative, to be just, or fit for purpose, while a substantial part of humanity remains absent from the table where the world's most consequential decisions are made. The time has come, therefore, for the international community to recognize, without ambiguity or without delay, that Africa cannot and will not and must not remain subject to decisions taken without its equal voice on the table. The reform of the Security Council is not merely an institutional adjustment. It is a moral obligation. It is a strategic necessity. It is indispensable to restoring trust, legitimacy, and confidence in the international order itself. Kenya, therefore, remains steadfast in its support for the common African position as articulated in the Ezulwini Consensus and the Sita Declaration, which calls for Africa to be accorded permanent representation on the Security Council with all the prerogatives and privileges of permanent membership, alongside additional non-permanent seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa does not need privilege, but fairness. We don't need exclusion, but inclusion. We do not seek confrontation, but partnership anchored on mutual respect, shared responsibility, and of course, shared progress. This summit, therefore, presents us with an opportunity to define a new era of engagement between Africa and its partners, an era based not on dependency, but on dignity, not on extraction, but on value creation, and not on short-term transactions, but on long-term shared prosperity. Because the Africa we envision is an Africa of confidence, an Africa of ideas, an Africa of innovation, an Africa of enterprise, an Africa that believes in itself, invests in its people, mobilizes its own resources, and engages the world as an equal partner in shaping balanced, prosperous, and peaceful global future. Africa is rising, determined to shape its own destiny, and increasingly prepared to shape the future of the world itself. That is the Africa Forward agenda. An agenda grounded not on dependency, but in sovereignty. Not in vulnerability, but in resilience. And not in limitation, but in possibility. That is the Africa whose time has come. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is deeply honored to co-host this summit here in Nairobi. We look forward to productive deliberations, practical outcomes, and enduring partnerships capable of advancing prosperity, stability, dignity, and shared progress for our people and for future generations. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the warm welcome and for reinforcing Africa's economic position today and the importance of partnerships such as the Africa-France partnership. Asante sana, Your Excellency. And now it's my profound honor to welcome to the stage our next speaker, who is also our co-convener. He's a global leader who has consistently championed international cooperation and a world of rules-based order, has been at the forefront of advancing dialogue on global economic reform and strategic partnerships between Africa and France. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of the Republic of France. Bienvenue, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much. Mr. President, dear William, Your Majesty, Head of State and Governments, Secretary General of Permanent Commission of the African Union, Secretary General of Francophonie, ministers, ambassadors, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, Asante sana, Mr. President. And I will switch in French, if you allow me. Le président a tout dit.
I think Mr. President said it all. And I just want to add a few convictions, if I may, so that we can move on to the next segment. What makes this summit so unique is the philosophy behind it, and I want to extend on that a little moment. Firstly, this summit all began with meetings with youth, with business leaders, representatives of sport and culture, and indeed, just after this session, we're going to be meeting with the captains of industry, with whom we'll be able to discuss things. But deep down, the conviction that I wanted to share with you is that the agenda that Africa and France need to have, the one that I stand for, must not look backwards, but just look straight ahead. As President Ruto just said, we need to keep our eyes ahead. And what I have been trying to do for 10 years now is to construct a relationship which looks backwards with lucidity, and we've been working with Cameroon, Rwanda, Algeria, and several other nations, and with which looks with bravery at the present, looking at the necessity of investing in sport and culture and creativity, looking at co-development and co-investment, and which is built on respect for the fact that Africa has its own agenda. agenda. The relations between Africa and France, as we see it, as the way we want to implement, are built on courage, respect, and a will to have a shared agenda. That's what we've been working on for 10 years. We spoke about it yesterday, so I won't go into it now. Why am I so convinced that this is the right way 10 years down the track? Because the challenges of Africa and Europe are shared challenges. We all want peace, prosperity, sovereignty. Europe has always been fighting for this, and after the Second World War, the EU was built on this struggle for peace and sovereignty, and now the European agenda is indeed one built on strategic autonomy, so as not to depend on American or Chinese power. And when we want to defend the rule of law, international law, we believe in equality, in equal footing trade relations. We defend the climate. That is what Europe is all about. And that is the exact same challenge that Africa has before it. What Africa wants is peace, prosperity, and independence. And deep down, this partnership that is embodied here in this Africa Forward Summit is a bond between Africa and Europe. This is what France is working for: peace, prosperity, and this independent, this strategic independence. It's a very powerful thing, and if we can do this, then it will enable us to reconstruct together a multilateral order that has been thrown into upheaval, been jeopardized, affects all of us. And deep down, this can be a strong basis for moving forward together. And in terms of peace, I don't want to repeat what President Ruto said. Peace is going to require African unity, and I really firmly believe this. And I'm delighted to see so many of my brothers here, heads of state and government from so many nations who have come to Nairobi. I know that you're all very busy, so I'm very grateful to you for making this, because it really does share this image of a united continent, from Maghreb right down to the Indian Ocean, the south of the continent, Western Africa, Central Africa, and Eastern Africa. Remember, all of these different parts of Africa, given that it is so large, are all part, nonetheless, of one continent with a shared agenda. Which means that if we want to be beside you, it means we have equal representation, better representation for Africa in international instances such as the UN, the financial institutions, and we want it represented in the Security Council of the UN. As we have also been fighting for for Africa to have a permanent seat at the G20. We've been fighting for this for years, and we've now made it a reality. And we are fighting for an agenda, along with the Secretary General. We've been talking about this for an African UN presence, which will be all the better placed to defend its own peace and security operations, particularly through the UN missions. We hope to see all the wherewithal given to Africa to ensure its own sovereign security. The African continent needs better representation, and Africa has the capacity to build on its strengths. So what we stand ready to do is assist you financing that with a reworked security arrangement which is respectful of the sovereignty of each African country, but never eclipsing each nation's sovereignty. And I'm delighted to hear from your introductory remarks a moment ago that we can build together a shared agenda to overcome the peace and security challenges that we are facing, continue to work together so that the whole of the UN can move forward on a more equitable basis. Prosperity next. With President Ruto, I was discussing this. I think that he is absolutely right when he's talking about the prosperity of the continent. It's clear, it's simple. No, what I'm offering is not to offer assistance. Those days are behind us. And we know that there are budgetary challenges in some instances, security challenges in others. These are realities that we need to be realistic about, but we need to rethink our North-South relations. And we need to look with lucidity at all of the cross-cutting benefits that Africa can derive from its diaspora. Those who are working very, very hard in many, many of our countries and send remittances back home are another important lever that we must not overlook. But the main notion I want to focus on is co-investment. What is co-investment able to achieve? It means investing in human capital, the young talents in Africa, in a formal economy. One of the major difficulties here is too much of the African economies that are underneath the tip of the iceberg as informal economy. It's about time we brought them into the value chains and to structure your agricultural sector and your industrial sector in such a way that it will be stronger than ever, so that Africa will no longer be seen as a place for rare earths and other resources to be extracted, but rather to be a partner. So we're working towards a transformation of investment relations, investing in value chains, energy, sustainable development, building on your strengths and your youth and your talent. And this is what the Business Roundtable is hopefully going to enable us to structure by looking at investing in AI, health, the blue economy, and sustainable agriculture. So what we need to do is look at the partnership that we want together through a logic of investment. And this is where we see this agenda of prosperity and sovereignty altogether. Getting Africa forward on the economic level means greater sovereignty and autonomy. It's important for Europeans as well to have more strategic autonomy in its partnerships. We need to ensure that we do not become dependent on the two major powers who in some ways look like they're going to eclipse everything. And it's not just France and Europe today who are going to mobilize all of the critical minerals or rare earths that we're going to need for the future. It's neither France nor Europe that will be here giving you diktats on the way forward. No, those days are way behind us. No, the European agenda has every interest in seeing you march strongly towards a sovereignty and autonomy, because they're the same goals that we have. And if you are successful in this hunt for sovereignty, be it with agriculture, with economy, or wherever, then you are also offering more solutions to us. So your success is our success. So when you invest in your populations and have them succeed, that means fewer people fleeing poverty. And so this again is our success and your success hand in hand. So here what I want is for all of us to take a leap together. This is not an agenda which is univocal, which is top-down from Europe to Africa. No way. It is an equal footing partnership built on mutual respect. And we're going to build this together with respect, lucidity, and courage. And that is why, if we're going to be successful in this, we need business leaders, and that's what we announced yesterday. And this is a big first, 23 billion euros of investment in the private sector. These are for industry, for firms in the fully private sector companies in Africa. These 23 billion euros of investment is 14 billion for French firms in Africa, 9 billion in investments for African businesses on our continent. on your continent. And so this, we are hoping, will be the jolt that we need to inject more momentum into the process. All of this is going to, as President Ruto said, be based on quite simple things: a new partnership, a new vision for managing resources, for sustainable agriculture, for having tax and financial policies that are more consistent. It's also going to mean that we can mobilize international funding better, be it the World Bank, be it with the IMF and with other international, with special drawing rights, with all kinds of mechanisms and debt restructuring that can move us all forward. So it's a true strategy for guaranteeing peace, and that is why the ITD here in Nairobi is so important. We're going to be able to work with you, with the ATD, so as to move forward, so that ATD can play its full role continent-wide, and in this way prove successful. This strategy is a whole new paradigm shift, and it's going to require a new financial paradigm shift. And this is all part of our shared strategy. Other than that, I would say President Ruto said what I wanted to say, that I think this summit embodies our new partnership, and I think he said it better than I ever could. So I want to endorse what he said. In a moment's time, we will be meeting with business leaders, and we'll be discussing growth. We'll be discussing finance and investments, and then after that, we're going to have the outcome of this Africa Forward Summit with the declarations of those investments, and then together with President Ruto, we're going to bring to the G7 in Evian, on behalf of all of you, the message from this forum, and then throughout the year, at the IMF, World Bank, at the UN, we are going to showcase and push this shared agenda. And that is why this summit, in my opinion, is going to enable us to jointly set forward our upcoming path. So I don't want to take up any more of your time, dear ladies and gentlemen, but I just wanted to extend my thanks to President Ruto for agreeing to host this outstanding summit here in Nairobi. And I'm delighted to be here with you, with my brothers and sisters from all around Africa. And I'm looking forward to working on all of the input that we can pool, your strengths, your energy, so that we have a new African-French partnership. This agenda for peace and prosperity is something that I truly aspire to. And it's something that, with a lot of respect and humility, that I want to put at the service of this continent, the world's youngest continent. And even last year, we had the strongest rate of growth from around the world. So it's not only the continent of the future, it's already a power and a strength in the world today. And I am proud to be standing at your side and to try humbly to build with you this agenda in which we will be investing heavily. We want to work with you. Long live friendship between Africa and France. Thank you.
A warm, big round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you, Mr. President, for reinforcing the shared opportunities between Africa and France to continue working together. And now I'd like to please welcome on stage one of the world's foremost champions of multilateralism, peace and security, sustainable development, and global solidarity. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Welcome, Your Excellency.
President William Ruto, President Emmanuel Macron, congratulations. Congratulations for convening this Africa Forward Summit, and congratulations for forging this renewed partnership between France and Africa for African development. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the name of this summit captures the moment and the mission: Africa Forward. Forward through one of the most turbulent global moments in living memory. Africa is not waiting. Africa is moving, and Africa is leading. African continents are driving one of the defining debates of our time on how to reform a global financial architecture designed in 1945 for a world that no longer exists. Africa played a leading role in the approval of the Pact of the Future by the General Assembly of the United Nations. It is African leadership building new tools like the Borrowers Platform, and so that the countries can speak as one and negotiate from strengths. Challenging the credit rating systems that locks too many of the borrowing tools they need. Africa has had a leadership in securing the Seville commitment to expand the lending power of multilateral development banks, to mobilize private capital at scale, and to deliver relief from the debt burden crushing developing economies. It is African leadership through the African Development Bank that is advancing a bold vision to reform the continental's financial architecture from within, mobilizing African resources for African priorities and prosperity. Africa is driving a UN framework convention on international tax cooperation so that countries are no longer cheated out of what is what is rightfully theirs. And I want to praise the African leaders that have understood that is absolutely essential also to do everything with the adequate policies and strategies to mobilize a much stronger share of national resources in order to be able to accelerate the development of the continent. And it is African leadership, alongside the small island states and other developing countries on the front lines, that has placed the climate emergency where it belongs, at the center of the global agenda. This is not a continent waiting for solutions. This is a continent producing them. But let us be honest about what stands in Africa's way. A global system designed without Africa and still largely operating without Africa, perpetuating century-old injustices. A continent of more than 1.5 billion people with no permanent seats on the UN Security Council, as was referred by President William Ruto. Without the voice, the representation, and decision-making power it deserves inside the international financial institutions that shape this economy, it's not Africa that loses, it's the world that loses, the fact that the voice of Africa is not conveniently taken into account. Meanwhile, as we all know, official development assistance is collapsing. Aid budgets cut, partnerships unwound, commitments walked back just as the need is greatest. So this is not only a financial crisis, this is a crisis of solidarity. Take climate change. Africa did not cause it, yet the continent is warming faster than the global average, bearing the harshest consequences in displaced communities, lost harvests, and economic shocks. Today's global energy turmoil, volatile fossil fuel markets, fragmented trade is deepening fiscal stress, inflation, and stunted development across the continent.
Africa must be at the center of climate justice. The continent holds 60% of the world's best solar potential and receives 2% of global clean energy investments. With the right finance, Africa could generate 10 times more electricity than it needs by 2040 entirely from renewables. Yet, 600 million Africans still live without electricity. And 1 billion still rely on unclean cooking, a crisis that takes 800,000 lives a year, mostly women and children, mostly out of sight. And on average, the continent faces borrowing costs twice as high as OECD countries as an average, draining resources that should be building the future. That is not a market verdict on Africa. It is a verdict on the injustices of the system. The continent also holds extraordinary reserves of the critical minerals the green transition depends on. For too long, the pattern has been the same. Africa's resources have been extracted, the value captured elsewhere, the environmental damage left behind. The United Nations panel on critical energy transitions minerals points the way. Fair value chains, in-country processing and manufacturing, transparency, environmental and human rights standards, and meaningful benefits for affected communities. No more exploitation, no more plundering. The people of Africa must benefit first and most from the resources of Africa. And going back to climate change, adaptation must no longer be an afterthought. The adaptation finance gap must be closed. Africa is paying an enormous price in relation to the devastation caused by climate change, and Africa has been denied the resources and the capacities able to protect their populations and their infrastructure in these circumstances. Climate finance with justice is a must in today's world. Excellences, ce sommet porte sur un partenariat nouveau, réinventé par une génération nouvelle. Un partenariat d'égal à égal, fondé sur la complémentarité et l'intérêt mutuel.
Mutual benefits. This means that we must co-invest in industries that have been created by Africans. Strengthening universities and African research institutions, developing African capacities in terms of artificial intelligence so that AI can be shaped by African data, African languages, African researchers, and African leadership. Building partnerships which are built on the roadmaps of Africa, the free trade areas in Africa, the Agenda 2063, and the national development priorities. And this means funding African priorities with fair conditions for all, with capital that is accessible. The biggest transformation of this century is not a market but a generation, and by 2050, 1 out of 4 people on the planet will be African. Young leaders here at this summit demonstrate and show the face of this new partnership. Right across this continent, millions are working, they're coding, they're cultivating, they're building, they're organizing, and they're imagining the future. And they are asking for inclusive democratic governance and responsible institutions. Dear friends, the success of the continent is not just an African challenge. When Africa succeeds, the entire world wins. The ambition in Africa requires large-scale investments, fairer international systems, and partnerships built on mutual respect. Together, let us move forward with Africa, with trust, solidarity, and the hope of a shared future. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to welcome our next speaker, who is a distinguished African diplomat, currently leading Africa's premier continental institution. He's a steadfast champion of continental integration and multilateral cooperation. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, Chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Excellence, Monsieur William Ruto, President.
William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic and co-organizers of the Africa Forward Summit. Excellencies, heads of government and of state, to the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I would like to thank Kenya for their hospitality and their warm welcome to this very important event. Through this meeting, France and Africa wish to set Africa on the path of progress. Africa must also contribute to global decisions. The global economy is wavering, multilateralism and collective security are being challenged. In this uncertain context, our continent must lead. It is undeniable that Africa holds major assets: demography, youth, land, resources, minerals, renewable energy. Indeed, transforming the continent will require the transformation of these assets into advantages. Diversifying our economy, this is part of the recipe for success. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is possible to welcome technology at a lower cost to train young people and our women. Energy will be the major factor. The competitiveness of our economy will require affordable capital. It is estimated that $690 billion with $80 billion of illicit financial flows and $115 billion in annual additional costs. This is why we must ensure that we fund our infrastructures. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what the challenges are that we face. Solutions will come from the coherence of our policies, the commitment of our member states, and the stability right throughout the continent. Multilateral institutions will need to be proactive. Partnerships, more balanced partnerships, and the cost of development are fundamental principles of global governance. Africa stands ready to take on greater responsibility on the international stage and in particular in the Global South. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace and stability are an important challenge on the continent. Security must no longer be an obstacle to investment on our continent. It is therefore imperative to ensure that we do this without hesitation. The African Union Commission has made this an absolute priority.
My speech has become irrelevant when I listened to our presidents here, in particular President Ruto. He touched upon all the issues I wanted to raise, but let me conclude my very brief remark by saying this. The future is for the African continent. The African continent will be the powerhouse of global growth. So let us work together, let us put our energies together and move forward. And I thank you.
Another big round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, please allow me to briefly highlight the high-level roundtable discussions that will continue throughout the day. Immediately following the opening session, we'll proceed to the high-level plenary on energy transition and green industrialization in the adjacent room, Savo B. It's just right next. This will be followed by a high-level working lunch session on the reform of the international financial architecture, Savo C. Following the lunch working session will be a plenary on peace and security. Thereafter, we will then transition into parallel roundtable discussions on artificial intelligence and digital technologies, blue economy, health, and agriculture. In parallel, there will also be a special session on Congo Basin Climate Commission ahead of the closing ceremony. To ensure the smooth flow of the summit proceedings, members of the organizing team will be available throughout the venue to provide guidance. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our open plenary speakers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless Kenya. God bless Africa. God bless France. Asanteni sana. Allow me to hand over to Mr. Mike Gitonga.
Thank you, Vivian. Let's give a clap for Vivian for great moderation. Your Excellencies, that brings us to the end of this session, and would like to now invite all the presidents and heads of state to a family photo, which we're going to take right here on stage. So I'll kindly request that all the Excellencies for a family photo before we exit. All presidents and heads of state to kindly just be here on stage for a family photo. Right here. Of state room to leave, and for good order, I request that we leave in, I'll announce how we shall leave, just for good order, and how we transition from here to Savo. Your Excellency,
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
Today, I have something to celebrate.
Divorce.
Yeah.
Miss, you okay?
I'm fine, I'm fine. My stomach hurts.
Let me help you out. Really should get back at you. As well as the fees, I put some more cash on your account here. Order whatever you want to eat.
Oh, you made it. My boyfriend. I want you to be my boyfriend.
Why would you want to be with a doorman? I just don't get it. Hey, if you want a boyfriend, I can introduce someone for you.
Kila mwisho wa juma tunapanda milima na mabonde, kusafiri mijini na vijijini ili kukutana na wakulima wa nafaka na mifugo ili kukuletea wewe siri na mafanikio ya kilimo biashara. Kuanza maandalizi ya shamba hadi soko la kimataifa. Hapa KBC hatubashiri, tunakupa elimu itakayoongeza kipato chako. Ungana nasi kila Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo. Kilimo ni ajira, kilimo ni utajiri.
Wewe ukazichukua ukaenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa?
Mimi bado ibiwa nduthi.
Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani?
Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
mimi ndio nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesayo, ubenyesayo wala mbuli.
We're so excited. We were allowing our imaginations to run rampant, okay? We had colors and names and parties and all the things we were going to do. And the nurse checked and said, "I'm so sorry."
Michelle Wilkins has sung with some of the top artists in the Christian music scene, from Mandisa to Toby Mac. All that time on stage didn't compare to the joy of finding out she and her husband Michael were expecting their first child.
The lady says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but there's no longer a heartbeat." It hurt. It was like a pain I had never felt before.
Bora kusema sitaki, ujipatie salama.
Kwa kila hapana unayosema ujue ni ushindi wa heshima yako, ni mwango wa ndoto zako na ni hatua mbele kwa maisha yako. Asanteni.
Vurugu nyumbani, mwadhirika wa uonevu, sababu za maumbile, urithi wa familia huleta ukatili nyumbani.
Je, ni kweli kuwa wanafunzi wote wamepata fursa sawa masomoni?
Shule zote za mjini na vijijini kunapatikana vifaa kama maudhui ya kidijitali yanayotumika na madarasa yote.
Walemavu. Kuna wanafunzi ambao ni walemavu na wanaweza kukosa shule wezeshi zinazoweza kuwapa vifaa na vitu wanavyohitaji.
Taja aina 3 za vyakula vya asili.
Nduma.
Hapo kwa mbali akasikia sauti, nyaruguru, nyaruguru, nyaruguru yo.
Utumia viziada lugha.
Utumia viziada lugha, nimependa sana hoja yako.
Welcome back to Semana Spokes.
Semana Spokes is the platform where Wananchi engage, query the government, and the government responds. It's your time to be informed. Don't miss Bonganagava every Thursday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Semana Spokes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya. Wake up with Good Morning Kenya, the morning show that's got it all.
We dive deep into issues shaping our country.
Youth are a voice of a nation.
What is the next step for the young people?
Unpacking political landscape from Monday
Wednesday.
We discuss family matters.
It is very important to guard your relationship.
And for your health.
Someone doesn't wake up and they become an addict. It's in stages.
We've got you covered each and every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Every Wednesday, it's all about The Viewpoint.
A day in politics is like 1,000 years.
Unpacking the biggest stories of the week, getting you insights and getting you ready for your day.
And the package is not yet done. I get to fix your Thursday with some entertainment. Entertainment Thursday, it is.
Good morning, Kenya.
We shape your day.
Good morning, Kenya. Every weekday morning on KBC Channel 1.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface, tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za biopesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond black moth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1
kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
One, two, testing, 1, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Here at the Africa Forward Summit at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, we are very fortunate for us to have a very special guest to talk to us about what is happening in this summit and what the impact is for the country. We have with us the PS for Broadcasting, Mr. Stephen Isaboke, who is just about, we kidnapped him when he was going inside the meeting, but he has granted us this very nice interview. Talk to us about what this summit has been for you and what is the impact for the country from where you sit?
Thank you. As the Kenyans are aware, and I think His Excellency the President has actually been very pronounced on this, the Africa Forward Summit is really about France and Africa coming together to actually initiate a partnership that's actually totally engaged on principles of mutual benefit and particularly focusing on Africa's contribution to the globe. As you heard in the President's speech, he said that 1 out of 4 human beings on the globe will actually be Africans by 2050. And many of those will be actually African youth. And at this stage, Africa is contributing in terms of knowledge. Africa is contributing in terms of, obviously, our very skilled labor, besides the minerals, which obviously also the President spoke to and said that we no longer will be exporting green minerals like raw minerals. We'll actually be exporting processed inputs that actually also contribute to manufacturing, to industry, and to the new economy, especially the digital economy.
How does it make you feel when you see visitors coming to Kenya and telling you that we have very good digital infrastructure? Even as we grow as a continent, Kenya is a leader in this kind of rollouts. From your talk, I'm sure you are very proud. But how do you feel as you tell our viewers?
Thank you very much. I think Kenya has actually been positioned as a Silicon Savannah. We have one of the most established digital infrastructure across the continent and actually globally. We've got one of the best internet experiences that you can get globally. And recently, with the focus of His Excellency the President and the current government on the digital superhighway and creative economy, there's a huge focus in terms of investing in digital and, in fact, transforming our entire economy into digital. From your e-citizen transformation to sort of affordable universal healthcare, which in fact is also all digitized. Indeed, to all this digital transformation, including connecting public infrastructure, schools, hospitals. So indeed, Kenya is actually digital. And Kenya has actually been leading in terms of the whole digital innovation. We get so many countries actually coming to Kenya to learn about our digital ecosystem, to also borrow from our best practice. So indeed, good to see many of these foreign dignitaries and business people and captains of industry coming to Nairobi to not only sort of bring ideas, but actually borrow ideas from here. And indeed, also some of them come to invest into our country, which is good for our youth.
Does this mean you maybe foresee some kind of bilateral deals regarding the ICT sector and broadcasting as we move forward with this summit that ends today?
Yes, I think that has been an ongoing conversation. You know that Kenya is very, very strong in the ITU, the International Telecoms Union, where we actually have a huge presence in terms of technical and sort of a sector contribution. Kenya is very strong in the African Telecoms Union, where in fact the Secretary General is our own son, and also the East African Communications Organization, IACO, where again our own daughter is actually the CEO. So across the board we lead in this space. We obviously have been engaging, and there are engagements going on in terms of bilaterals in the digital space, in digital economy space, and indeed space that will actually allow investors to come in the different sort of value chains of the digital economy, and in the process actually end up taking our youth.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for talking to us and also just informing our viewers of the importance of the summit and also what we stand to gain, especially when it comes to broadcasting and digital connectivity. Thank you so much, Bwana PS. We have been speaking to the PS for broadcasting, that is Stephen Isaboke, who granted us an interview impromptu as he was walking through the lobby here at the Africa Forward Summit at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. We do continue following up on what is happening here. The presidents are still in the Savo Ballroom where bilaterals are ongoing and speeches are still, they're entering into these round tables where they are speaking in private just to, deliberate on certain thematic issues. But we continue to follow that for you as we are spread all over this place here. But for now, from the Africa Forward Summit, I do want to hand you over to our neighboring country of Uganda, where we do have the swearing in of Kaguta Yoweri Museveni, who won the elections just the other day, and we want to take you straight to Uganda, Kampala. Bye for now.
I deeply appreciate the presence of all those who have traveled from far and wide to join Ugandans and His Excellency the President-elect as he is sworn in for another historic term of office from 2026 to 2031. Ugandans have expressed their confidence in His Excellency's visionary leadership, and they granted him another popular mandate. His Excellency the President will take his position and remain standing as we lower the presidential standard flag. Parade Commander.
Salame bendera! Heshima!
The lowering of the presidential standard flag.
Exercise! Jabug!
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you've just seen has been the lowering of the presidential standard flag, marking the end of the current term of office of the NRM administration.
Tarabusa Bendera! Yoweri! Muli Lagaza!
Marking the end of the NRM administration from 2021 to 2026. We will shortly embark on another one after the swearing-in processes. But first, we will have prayers by our distinguished eminent members of the clergy.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Museveni, President-elect, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the directors of ceremonies for today's occasion. And the director of ceremonies is none other than Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, who shall be leading us through the swearing-in procedures. She is assisted by myself, Vincent Bajire, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Colonel Chris Magezi of the UPDF, and Maurice Mugisha of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. With that, Your Excellency, allow me to invite the clergy to lead us in a prayer of invocation, and they'll be led by Right Reverend Associate Professor Fred Sheldon Mwesigwa, the Dean of the Province of the Church of Uganda, representing the Most Reverend Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda. We shall also have His Eminence, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, the Mufti of Uganda, leading us in the prayers. You're welcome, gentlemen.
A prayer for the dedication of His Excellency General Yoweri Museveni to Buhaburwa and Uganda as a nation. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father and gracious Lord, our help in ages past and our hope for years to come, we gather today at a historical moment and event of witnessing the swearing-in ceremony of the 8th President of the Republic of Uganda, who is running for the 7th term in office, His Excellency General Yoweri Museveni, following a presidential election in which he garnered an electoral victory of 71.65%. Oh Lord, your word in Isaiah 55, verse 8 says, your ways are not our ways. We can only say, your will be done. We thank you, dear Lord, for the healing and recovery of the First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni, and we continue to pray for her. And we thank you for the support she gave her husband during elections. We commit into your hands the First family. May you give them to good health, wisdom, and strength. Loving Father, we thank you for the Republic of Uganda as a nation that you have lavished your love upon, as exemplified by the different tribes that continue to live in harmony, the different religious and faith communities, the good soils for farming, minerals, oil and gas, the thriving flora and fauna, the beautiful climate that is conducive for habitation and production, but above all, the welcoming and genuine nature and character of Ugandans. It is this nation, dear Lord, which we as Christians, who comprise 84% of the population as per the 2024 census report, that we hereby dedicate and at whose helm is His Excellency General Kaguta Museveni, whom we look to steer to greater heights of peace, unity, and progress. And lastly, dear Lord, we pray that you give wisdom to His Excellency the President, guided by you to identify the best of the best leaders who are hardworking, conscientious, trustworthy, and corruption-free. Assist our cherished nation, Uganda, to make a leap forward in the middle-income status. I pray all this in the matchless name of our Lord and our precious Savior, Jesus Christ. And the peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of His Son, Jesus Christ. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, keep you, Your Excellency, Mama Janeti, and the family. Keep the nation of Uganda now and always.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. O Allah, Lord of all creation, we gather here today in gratitude as your servant, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, takes oath for another term in office. Bless him, his family, and his government with wisdom, justice, and compassion. Strengthen them to uphold the fairness, protect the weak, and promote prosperity in Uganda. O Allah, we pray for the institutions of governance, parliament, judiciary, and all leaders. Grant them integrity, humility, and sincerity in service. Inspire them to judge with justice, protect the rights of the people, uphold the trust placed upon them. O Allah, you said in the Holy Quran, Inna Allah ya'murukum an tu'addu al-amanati ila ahliha. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trust to whom they are due. And when you judge between people, to judge with justice. O Allah, guide Uganda to continued peace and stability. Extend your mercy to East Africa, to Africa and the world at large. Unite our people in cooperation and mutual respect. Remove division and conflict and replace them with harmony and brotherhood. O Allah, we pray to you to make Uganda a beacon of stability, East Africa region of unity, and Africa a continent of strength and dignity. We pray all this in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you very much, the clergy. It is now my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency Jessica Alupo Epel, who is our Director of Ceremonies, to come and take us through the swearing-in proceedings. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, President-elect, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, and other distinguished heads of delegations, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, and your colleagues, speakers of various national assemblies, who will be introduced later, the Right Honorable Chief Justice Flavian Zeija, the first National Vice Chairman of the National Resistance Movement, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, and your colleagues, the Secretary Generals of the ruling parties from across Africa and beyond, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations and diplomatic missions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to witness a moment of profound constitutional significance, the swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda. This solemn occasion is enshrined in Article 98, Clause 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which expressly mandates that before assuming the high office of President, a person duly elected to that office shall take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the presidential oath, as prescribed in the 4th schedule of our Constitution. It is therefore in fulfillment of this sacred constitutional duty and honor of the democracy and the will of the people of Uganda that we convene here today to bear witness as the President-elect formally assumes the mantle of leadership of our great nation, Uganda. Excellencies, we are at the verge of the defining moment of our day today. As I have just said, I now take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to proceed to the swearing-in podium for the swearing-in and inauguration protocols. Justice Simon Biabakama, please take the stage. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the commencement of the exact reason, the procedure of the exact reason why we are here.
Let us first give reverence to the Most High God, who has enabled us all to gather here, breathing in this fresh air, which is not paid for or supplied by anybody. We live in Him, of Him, and by Him. To Him, therefore, be the glory forever and ever. Amen. The President-elect, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, together with your entourage, Your Excellencies, the visiting heads of state and government, the leaders of delegations and representatives of government, Your Excellencies, the former heads of state present, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me have the honor, first of all, to introduce to you my colleagues, the members of the Uganda Electoral Commission, with whom we strive to navigate through the, at times, turbulent electoral waters. Hajati Aisha Lubega, Deputy Chairperson. Commissioner Stephen Tashovia. Commissioner Peter Emerald. Commissioner Caroline Bainemari. Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali. Commissioner Anthony Okello. Together with our Secretary to the Commission, Mr. Richard Babo Kamugisha, and all the staff of the Electoral Commission who are here present. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Uganda, I wish to welcome you all to this solemn occasion where we are about to witness the swearing in of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda for the next 5 years. Sorry. Distinguished guests, Article 601, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda uncompromisingly requires the Electoral Commission to hold presidential, general parliamentary, and local government elections within the first 30 days of the last 122 days before the expiration of the term of the President, Parliament, or local government councils, as the case may be. According to Article 105, Clause 1 of the Constitution, the person elected as President of Uganda shall hold office for a term of 5 years. Now, having been sworn in and assumed office on the 12th of May 2021, the term of the office holder expires today, therefore. And Article 105, Clause 3, explicitly states that the office of the President shall become vacant on the expiration of the period specified in this article. The lowering of the national flag we have just witnessed signifies that the said office is vacant as we talk now. But do not get alarmed or start developing strange ideas. We are going to fill that void in a few moments from now. Accordingly, the Electoral Commission in fulfillment of Articles 61(2) and 105(1) of the Constitution, organized, conducted, and held presidential elections on Thursday, the 15th of January, 2026. Articles 103, Clause 7 of the Constitution and Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act require the Electoral Commission to ascertain, publish, and declare the results of the presidential election within 48 hours from the close of polling. I'm glad to announce the Electoral Commission accomplished that onerous task on the 17th of January 2026 when it declared the final results. Let me unequivocally state it here that the complied with all the requirements of the law regarding the handling of the results, right from the polling station, the district tally center, and to the national tally center. From the declared results, candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni emerged as the winner, he having satisfied the requirements of Article 103, Clause 4 of the Constitution and Section 54, Subsection 4 of the Presidential Elections Act, which stipulates that, I quote, a candidate shall not be declared elected as president unless the number of votes cast in favor of that candidate at the presidential election is more than 50% of the valid votes cast at the election, end of quote. Candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni obtained 71.6% of the valid votes cast, which was well over and above the 50% threshold, and was therefore declared elected president. I do congratulate you, candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for being elected president of the Republic of Uganda for another term. I also congratulate your team, which worked tirelessly to ensure that you secure this victory. I also congratulate all the candidates who offered themselves and participated in the presidential, parliamentary, and local government councils elections. On behalf of the Commission, I further extend our deep appreciation to all our esteemed stakeholders in the electoral process. These include the government, which wholly and fully funded all the electoral programs, the political parties and organizations that offered candidates and also participated in this process, the civil society organizations, education organizations, the media, our development partners, security agencies, election observers, religious leaders, cultural leaders, among others, for all the support and the various roles you played to ensure successful, peaceful conduct and conclusion of the general election. However, our greatest gratitude goes to all those persons who constitute the opening words of our Constitution, printed in capital letters what? We, the people of Uganda. On the 15th of January 2026, the millions of citizens who are registered voters left their homes and proceeded to their respective polling stations. 50,739 stations scattered in all corners of the country for the singular purpose of exercising their sovereign power enshrined in Article 1 of the Constitution. The said article expressly states that, quote, the people shall express their will and consent on who shall govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda, end of quote. In so doing, the citizens of this country demonstrated their unflinching resolve and awareness that the destiny of this country lies solely in their hands. Further, that whatever the challenges or distortions on the democratic path, these can and shall always be resolved by Ugandans and here in this country. They rejected fear and embraced hope, realizing that the enormous potential available in this wonderfully gifted country can only be harnessed in an environment of peace and stability. They have therefore rejected any form of instability. It is for the same reasons that the people of Uganda maintained an environment of peace and tranquility, respecting one another as they calmly went about the business of casting their votes for the candidate of one's choice. I salute you, the citizens of this country, for enabling today's event to take place. Needless to say, if you are not going to go now, if you are not going out to vote in those polling stations, we probably, most probably, would not be here. And now, on behalf of the Electoral Commission, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce to you all the President-elect, the one whom, out of 8 candidates, the people of Uganda preferred, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And I would ask him to step forward and come to the podium. Mr. President-elect, can you please come to the podium? My Lord, the Chief Justice, I also ask you to come to the podium and preside over the next proceedings. Chief Justice of Uganda, accompanied by the Chief Registrar and the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet. Madame Lucy, please come to the podium.
Let's finish.
Your Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, I hereby present to you Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President-elect, he having fulfilled all requirements as directed by the Constitution and the Presidential Elections Act. You can now proceed to administer the oath of allegiance and oath of the President so that the people of Uganda can have the President they preferred after Museveni. Long live the people of Uganda, long the people of East Africa, long live the people of Africa. For God and my country, thank you very much. God bless you.
Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me God. I, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I shall faithfully exercise the functions of the President of Uganda and shall uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and observe the laws of Uganda, and that I shall promote the welfare of the people of Uganda. So help me God.
So the vacuum has been filled. The vacuum has been filled.
His Excellency the President has successfully taken the oath of allegiance and the oath of presidency. He is now signing on the respective protocols. Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a new president. Who will take us through the presidential term 2026-2031. 2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031. 2026-2031 Thank you, NRM cadres. Thank you, NRM leaders. Thank you, NRM mobilizers. His Excellency the President is signing and the Chief Justice is leading him through that procedure. His Excellency the President will now receive the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda. He has received the Constitution. His Excellency is now receiving the national flag. Those are the instruments of power. Next, His Excellency the President is going to receive the Presidential Standard Flag. His Excellency the President has received the Presidential Standard Flag. Instruments of power. He has received the national anthem, the Uganda national anthem. And His Excellency the President is now receiving the National Coat of Arms. The National Coat of Arms. And he's, last but not least, receiving the public seal. His Excellency the President has received the public seal. So our newly elected President, who has successfully been sworn in and inaugurated, has received all the 6 instruments of power. The Constitution, the national flag, the Presidential Standard Flag, the national anthem, the National Coat of Arms, and the public seal. He has also received the Chief of Defense Forces has handed over to His Excellency the President the instrument of power of the Republic of Uganda. The head of public service is the custodian of the instruments of power, and they have indeed been handed over to her. His Excellency the President is now proceeding to receive the National Service Parade Commander. After His Excellency the President received the presidential salute, we shall have the national anthem concurrently with the 21-gun salute. Parade Commander.
Slide, begin, go.
They are finished. We are finished. It's already out. Okay, it's done. The flag maybe just run us. The flag has been hoisted. And we now start the new turn. It's up.
Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri wa Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, gwaride rasmi la kuapisha lililoandaliwa na Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda liko tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
His Excellency the President is now proceeding to inspect the parade for the first time as the newly inaugurated President of the Republic of Uganda. Excellencies, the presidential standard flag was earlier lowered, but it has now been hoisted, marking the beginning of the presidential term 2026-2031.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause to Her Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Jessica Lupo, for managing very well that segment of the program. We earlier on saw the President take the oath of allegiance, the oath of the President, and then receive the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda. He also received the instruments of national defense from the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, Special Operations General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, and those included the shield and the scimitar or the General's sword, and they were well received, and we now have the President fully in charge as willed by the majority of the people of Uganda on 15th January 2026. His Excellency the President is inspecting the parade, which is now in the Alpha and Omega formation for the first time as President in the new term 2026-2031. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, and the Parade Commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza. Once the President and Commander-in-Chief has concluded inspecting the parade, we will have the parade march past in slow and quick time, and also an arms display of selected UPDF arms. They will join in after the parade has marched past in quick time. And the UPDF arms expected to join the parade are the UPDF paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and finally, by some platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. The newly sworn-in President of the Republic of Uganda for the new term 2026 2031 is still inspecting the parade. The UPDF arms that will join the parade later on are the paratroopers, the artillery division, the motorized infantry division, and aircraft systems, and the Uganda People's Defense Forces. The Uganda People's Defense Forces will have, the Uganda People's Defense Air Forces will have the Cobra formation, composed of helicopters, the Sparrow formation, the Eagle formation, the Puma formation, and the Tiger formation. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief, accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, to conclude the noble duty of inspecting the parade as Commander-in-Chief for the first time in the new administration that will run from this day, May 12, 2026, to May 12, 2031.
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa ukaguzi wa gwaride ya kuapisha, na wao wamekuendelea na gwaride. Mheshimiwa Rais,
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President-elect, now sworn-in President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the UPDF, has finished inspecting the parade. He will shortly be ushered into his position, and then we will have the parade march in slow and quick time, followed by arms display elements that will also participate in the parade. And thereafter, the parade will march in review order. Earlier on, we witnessed the noble and constitutional duty performed by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. We also thank Her Excellency the Vice President for managing that part of the program very well. His Excellency the President is resuming his position. The very, very important persons tent, and thereafter the parade commander will take over and conduct the parade in slow and quick time. The parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Kasinguza, has invited the brass band composed of the UPDF, the Uganda Police, and the Uganda Prison Service to assume their position as the parade prepares for the march past in slow and quick time.
mbele na mwendo haraka. Kikundi cha kwanza chuongoza kwa ujumla, chapa miguu.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the color party is right in front of the dais, and we salute the color party. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the parade is now in slow march. Enjoy the parade. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the parade has switched to quick march. And at the end of the quick march, we will have UPDF arms that I earlier pointed out joining the parade. The paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and the air platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. A very colorful parade on a very auspicious occasion, and the weather is beautiful indeed. Just what we would have wished for. The color party is right here with us in quick march. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like I had earlier alerted you, the parade is now being joined by UPDF arms. We will have the paratroopers land on these grounds anytime from now. But in the meantime, the arms display is led by the UPDF Artillery Division. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing now in front of you is some of the UPDF arms that have joined the parade at this point, led by the UPDF Artillery Division. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the story of the UPDF has been told for a long time, but every time the story is as fascinating to listen to as the first time. The UPDF traces its humble beginnings to the National Resistance Army, a small guerrilla force that launched a protracted people's struggle in February 1981 under the indefatigable leadership and visionary leader of the resistance, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. This was a small and tiny group of fighters, 42 in number, 27 armed, which attacked Kabamba on February 6, 1981. In 1986, the NRA became the National Army, and upon the adoption of the 1995 Constitution, was renamed the Uganda People's Defense Forces. The NRA, now UPDF, has transformed over the years, and these are some of the very modern equipment in the possession of the Uganda People's Defense Forces that has ensured we keep the peace and security in our country and contribute to regional peace and stabilization operations. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, in front of you are still elements of the UPDF Artillery Division. Today, the UPDF is a very robust and modern, powerful military force that has achieved many things over the years. The peace and security, which I just talked about, anchored on key modernization and professionalization themes such as equipped and trained for combat and peace support operations. And indeed, what you see here are some of those arms that define the UPDF as a modern, experienced combat force that is ready to do its job. The Field Artillery Division is commanded by Major General Daniel Kakono. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, right now in front of you are elements of the motorized infantry division of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. These are armored fighting vehicles, very important force multipliers on the battlefield that work closely with infantry troops to achieve our military objectives. These are elements of the Motorized Infantry Division. The UPDF is equipped and trained for combat, and we are ready for any assignment as guided by the President and the Commander-in-Chief. The UPDF has also greatly enhanced its rapid deployment capability and our ability to sustain the tempo of operations in any environment. As you can see, the different arms of the UPDF imply the UPDF's well-attained capability to conduct joint combined operations, enhancing our interoperability between the different services and arms, and ensuring we keep at pace with modern technology systems. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these are still elements of the UPDF Motorized Infantry Division. As a modern, well-constituted and organized People's Army, the UPDF is made up of 4 services. We have the Land Forces, the Air Forces, the Special Forces Command, and the Reserve Force. The UPDF Artillery Division and the Motorized Infantry Division are ground-based force multipliers that support the infantry to decisively achieve their military objective. The Uganda People's Defense Forces are well trained, well equipped, and there is no task that is too difficult for the UPDF to achieve. Indeed, as a reminder, and especially as information for some of our visitors today, the NRA, now Uganda People's Defense Forces, since the 1995 Constitution, has decisively defeated close to 30 insurgent groups that sought to destabilize the hard-won peace and stability in our country. We are aware that our immediate post-independence history was nothing but volatile, a period of great instability that was characterized by military dictatorships and governments of the day that had no respect for human rights, that instituted state-inspired violence against defenseless citizens. And as the Motorized Infantry Division concluded their march past, we are now joined, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, by some of the UPDF anti-aircraft systems that have now also joined the parade. What you are seeing before you are some of the UPDF anti-aircraft systems. They supplement the efforts of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force to keep Uganda's airspace safe and secure, and to engage from the ground hostile objects in the air within the territory of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the functions of the Defense Forces include the preservation, and defense of our sovereignty and territorial integrity of this country. And as you can see, we are well equipped to undertake that function. We also cooperate with and support the civilian authority in national emergencies and other disasters. And most importantly, we promote and foster strong harmony, understanding between the defense forces and the wananchi. Your Excellencies, before you are still some of the systems of the Uganda People's Defense Forces and aircraft capabilities. They are part of this parade. Any moment now, we will also witness the dropping of paratroopers on these very grounds. The other arm of the UPDF, the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, will also join the parade any moment from now, approaching these parade grounds from the eastern direction. From its early beginnings and its inception, the UPDF has been built on a strong foundation of discipline, ethics, and accountability. We respect the rule of law, we respect human rights, and we adhere to our military code of conduct. And those who fail to keep pace with the laws of Uganda and those of the military, we have our justice systems that ensure we remain a disciplined and accountable force. And perhaps our strongest and most important force multiplier is our strong civil-military cooperation. The UPDF is because of the strong support we get from the wananchi, but also quite significant has been the consistent and visionary support and guidance of His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Museveni, that has turned us into what we are. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests here, our paratroopers are already airborne. Our paratroopers are already airborne, and they will be landing on these very grounds. In 1986, and even in the 1990s, the UPDF did not have any special forces, let alone paratroopers to talk about.
This one's up with you instructing the people there so they can come down.
And in this respect, I want to salute the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, General Museveni Rugaba, who was for a long time the commander of the Special Forces Command and who oversaw the development and improved capability of Uganda's Special Forces and the paratroopers whom we are about to see land on these very, very special ceremonial grounds here at Kololo. Our paratroopers are already airborne. Those who have and still possess good sight have probably already seen some, and they are descending here in a very controlled and orderly fashion. These are your own sons and daughters. Paratroopers a very important element of the Special Forces Command. Mwena batulaba Abannayuganda abali wano n'abagenyi baffe abakulu yonna gye muli, tuli ku mukolo wano e Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, mukolo mukulu, mukolo munene ogubadde gw'okulayiza omukulembeze w'eggwanga ayalondebwa n'Abannayuganda mu ngeri nnene nnyo ng'ayina 71.65% ey'obululu bwonna. Paredi yaffe eyeggatiddwako n'ebimu ebibinja ebikulu ebya UPDF okubadde Artillery Division edduumirwa Major General Daniel Kakono, the Motorized Infantry Division edduumirwa Major General Charles Byanyima, UPDF and Aircraft Systems ezidduumirwa Brigadier General Kasauli, aba paratroopers, aba UPDF abadduumirwa Special Forces Command, Commander wa Special Forces gyali wano Major General David Mugisha ng'ayambibwako mumyuka we Brigadier General Asaf Nyakikuru ne Parade Commander aduumira ekibinja ekisooka kya Special Forces Group Brigadier General John Bosco Singuza era nga ye Parade Commander olunaku olwaleero. UPDF ezimbye obukugu n'obumalirivu nti tusobola okukuuma eggwanga lyaffe bulungi. So waliwo omu paratrooper alandinze wano munamaje owa UPDF atuuse avudde mu bbanga. Buno bwe bukugu bwe tugamba owa UPDF.
Ukazichukua ukenda ukazibadilisha namba na ukaanza kuziuza.
Ndio liibiwa? Mimi bado ibiwa nduzi. Kijana yako alikwambia liibiwa na nani? Ngo yele sikuwa na pen. Na hii pen. Pen. Apiko.
Ndio tukapata wewe anatengeneza number plate, anabadilisha, anauza.
Tembea polepole na mwendo wa haste ukienda nyumbani.
How can pikipiki swim like a fish?
Ilienda kwa mtu ikaenda ikiduguruma tu.
Mzee,
Bindio nilisema mvua inyeshe wakati ile uko kwa barabara.
Si wewe ulisema kwani wewe ni nyesaye, ubenyezao wale mbuli.
This show will celebrate your creativity, your talent, and all the fun things you love to do.
My name is Jordan Mwangi. I'm an ex-world scholar. My hobbies are playing basketball, playing football, and reading books.
And today's book is The Best Thing Ever.
Chinky Chimpanzees Chew Chunky Chocolate Chips.
I'm Chef Zawadi, and today I'm going to show you how to make potato salad.
Vous présente un poème intitulé Le respect de la planète.
Wiki hii kwenye Mkulima,
tunaangamiza dhana potovu kuhusu matumizi ya biopesticides.
Na vile Boniface, tuangalie manufaa yanayotokana na kukuza mimea tofauti katika shamba lako.
Dawa za biopesticides ziko na ufanisi mzuri na tena zile zinaitwa zile dawa zile broad spectrum. Utapata kwamba dawa moja inaua huyo diamond backmoth na tena wadudu wengine wale wote ambao tumezungumzia.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1
kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
Sio ngono kuja kuchukua, sio tabu hivyo. Na shapasi. Kimaliza nitapitia hapa ngienda steni nitakuregeshea.
Sitakuchoma.
Hapa ni mkono wapata moto makerekani. Haya pasi hiyo, lakini hala pasi yenyewe si yangu. Utumie ukimaliza tu niregeshe.
Toke kule ninatoka mwenyewe na haraka zangu ninakuja kuchukua changu. Leo waje kuniambia changu hakiko changu ninakukabidhi wewe. Leo kiko nyumba ya pili. Wewe ulipata mahari ya kumuoa Amina ukashindwa kununua pasi.
Na imevunjika mkono ukimwomba msamahani, huo mkono utawekwa binadamu.
Sasa si pasi mpya itanunuliwa.
Wewe pasi
hakuna.
We're so excited. We were allowing our imaginations to run rampant, okay? We had colors and names and parties and all the things we were going to do. And the nurse checked and said, "I'm so sorry."
Michelle Wilkins has sung with some of the top artists in the Christian music scene, from Mandisa to Toby Mac. All that time on stage didn't compare to the joy of finding out she and her husband Michael were expecting their first child.
The lady says, "Oh, I'm so sorry, but there's no longer a heartbeat." It hurt it was like a pain I had never felt before.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya.
Wake up with Good Morning Kenya, the morning show that's got it all.
We dive deep into issues shaping our country.
Youth are a voice of a nation.
What is the next step for the young people?
Unpacking political landscape from Monday to Wednesday.
We discuss family matters.
It is very important to guard your relationship.
And for your health.
Someone doesn't wake up and they become an addict. It's in stages.
We've got you covered each and every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Every Wednesday, it's all about the viewpoint.
A day in politics is like 1,000 years.
Unpacking the biggest stories of the week, getting you insights and getting you ready for your day.
And the package is not yet done. I get to fix your Thursday with some entertainment. Entertainment Thursday, it is.
Good Morning Kenya. We shape